to the 9th episode of the Stone Dog Show with Gabe Stroop and friends. My name is Gabe Stroop. I got some friends here with me, and we're going to kick off the second paranormal edition of my show. The first one, I had some people on that were extremely unqualified to talk about anything, so I decided maybe this time I'll reach out to Dane and Jen, who hopefully will become good friends after this, but they were kind enough to answer a message from me and agreed to be on the show. So first off, let's just kick this whole thing off. Everybody knows you clowns. All right, so let's talk to Dane and let's talk to Jen. Guys, welcome to the Stone Dog Show. How you doing tonight?
Doing great, man. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, doing good.
Man, no problem. Like I said, I really appreciate you being on it. I've got a lot of things that I want to ask you. I promise I won't ask you all of them, because if I did, I'd probably keep you on here till 6 in the morning. But we'll have some fun tonight for sure. Shane's laughing because he knows. And Shane, hey, since you just popped up on my screen there, bud, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm great, Gabe. Glad to be here, man.
Shane's from Rock Paper Podcast. He's my constant co-host on this show. You've seen him, and if you're from St. Louis, you've heard of him. He's out at almost every show he can possibly get to. He's constantly talking to people from the St. Louis music scene, comedians, just artists in general. So if you guys haven't met Dane, Jen, Shane, now you have. He's a great guy to know.
How's it going, Shane?
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, you too.
Also there we got my friend Mr. Troy Rowland. Troy's mom has an enchanted attic that I've been to many times, as well as many other men and women.
What is in that attic?
Well, that's something.
Wait. Is there like a room specifically for men?
That's what it sounds like.
No,
Is
it's
this
not
a bathhouse or is this a magic house?
This is 2020, man. This is all access, all right? Anybody.
Like a little hole in the wall somewhere, or what kind of place is this?
Wait, if there's a glory hole, I'm fucking down.
Wow.
Oh.
Already off the rails.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Wow. So, no, Troy.
I'm the.
Troy's mom does own the Enchanted Attic. It's a great shop. She's a very nice lady. And Troy also works with me. Pretty much works with me at Logic Systems, sound and lighting and video. And he's a salesman there. So Troy's in charge of like putting together huge events and working with all these people to sell all kinds of gear for big stuff. Anyway, moving on, Mr. Wiley Johnson up there at the top. Wiley, how you doing, my friend?
I'm great. I am tonight's resident Fat Beat Steve.
God, I hope not. Wiley's becoming a better and better friend of mine, man. He's a great dude. He's in a band called Die Criminal. He's also in a band called Close to Heart, right? From California?
Yes.
So he's a couple different projects. He's been in plenty of bands in St. Louis as well. He's actually originally from St. Louis. So that's how, just in case Dane and Jen and anybody else watching you don't know, that's how we know Mr. Wiley Johnson. So
Nice.
Thanks for showing up tonight. So again, second paranormal edition. This time we got some experts on. Now, Dane, well, I mean, you guys have actually done things, we'll try to do them correctly, to where I will just download some kind of ghost app and be like, oh, did something say cracker to me a second ago? Oh, what does that mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, tell me a little bit about D&M Paranormal. Where did that name come from, first off?
Oh,
you want the original name or the revised name?
Sure. No, tell me the story.
Do you want the whole story? Because it's kind of long.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So I kind of had different questions I was going to ask you as you were going, but give me how this thing. What first off, what made you guys want to do it, and then what started this thing for you?
All right. Well, I don't know how long ago, but at some point I came across Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures on TV. So I was obsessively watching them. Like I would record them and watch them over and over. And then a friend of mine at work, he was watching them. So we decided, hey, we should go try and do something sometime. Well, if you guys have watched Ghost Adventures at all for, the last few seasons, there was a gentleman named Nick Groff that left. He was one of the original three. He left a few years ago and started doing these paranormal events around the country. So he came to the Jeff City prison. So me and my friend Matt decided, hey, let's go. So we went there. It it was really hard to investigate because there's tons of people there, but we had an experience at the end of the night that was like, you know what, we should really just try and do this on our own. So we set out to try to find some places to go, and was having trouble finding, because we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know who to contact. We didn't know what was what. So
He literally started off by making posts on Facebook. Hey, does anybody have any place they think it's haunted that we can come investigate? And he was waiting
Okay.
for people to throw some suggestions out there.
Well, let me ask you if I can jump in there.
Yeah.
sure.
You mentioned that something happened at the end of that investigation that made you want to branch out. So if you don't mind, what was the thing that happened?
Okay, so are all of you familiar with paranormal equipment? Like, if you watch
Yeah.
shows, like if I said a K2 meter, do you know what that is?
I have a vague understanding, but can you give us a little tiny rundown?
Absolutely. So this is a device that detects EMF, electromagnetic frequency. So what the theory behind this is when a spirit is trying to do something, speak, touch, move something, appear, they have to have an energy source. So the idea is that a spirit will gather things from the environment. It could be batteries, it could be people, it could be an electrical source. So what we do when we start investigating is go around and check for hot spots. We want to know what things are naturally tripping this. So the theory is if a spirit is trying to connect with you or do something to you, it will have an energy source and then you'll get a trigger. So I'm going to turn it off and back on. So it'll light up.
Okay.
So basically we were in, I don't remember what building it is, but if you walk into the prison, there's different buildings out and around. They're not all connected. Well, there's one building off on the right, and that's where they had the hole, and that's where they had death row. So Matt and I were in the death row section. It was completely dark. All we had was a digital recorder and this K2 meter, and that is it. So I decided to sit in a cell. Matt went 2 cells down, and he was sitting there, and we were just trying to be quiet and listen to see if we hear anything. The cells were about 8 by 10, maybe. It had a bed, it had a shitter, and a sink, and that was it.
Okay.
And then on the ceiling, it had a pull chain. It had a rope hanging down from a pull chain for the light, but there was no light bulbs on it. The light bulbs had all been taken out. So Matt was sitting there on his bed. I was sitting on mine, and Matt was like, dude, my string is moving. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, the string from the light is moving. And I was like, well, you're probably just breathing on it, it's a little flimsy string. A couple minutes later, he's like, dude, you've got to come over here. I swear to God, this thing is moving by itself. So I went over there. I had the meter. You can see the little green light. I was holding it underneath of it, okay? And so as I would move this way, it was causing a shadow moving the opposite direction. I said, Matt, I really think you're just seeing things. And then all of a sudden, this thing pegged out to red, okay? My arm froze, the hair stood up, and it looked like something grabbed the string from the bottom and pulled it about 6 inches towards the wall. And I was like, holy crap. And then it was gone. Just like that, it was gone. So I was like, okay, so it's like going and playing golf the first time. If anybody's ever played golf before, you know how terrible you are, especially when you first start. But let's say you get to the 18th hole and you finally have one good shot. And you're like, man, that felt so good. I cannot wait to come out here and do this again. That's kind of where we were at. So we started searching around, trying to find a place to go. Bless this lady's heart, she had a business that was based out of an old residential home. And she said we could come in there. So we went in there and nothing happened.
He and Matt went in
Me
there.
and Matt. Jen thought I was cuckoo, but she was like, okay, whatever, So anyway, we were supposed to go back, I don't know, like a month later, a few
Wait,
weeks
she
later.
thought you were crazy because nothing happened, or because she thought that you were crazy at this point?
She just thought, I have OCD. Okay, I'm addicted to everything but working and cleaning.
Okay.
So when I get hooked into something, it's like 1,000% or it's nothing. So at this point, I'm like gangbusters, talking to people, trying to find places to go. So she thinks, okay, I'm nuts, but I'll just, humor him and let him do his thing. So anyway, we were supposed to go back, and Matt called me. It was a Saturday, told me he was sick, wasn't going to be able to make it. And our daughter was,
She had a sleepover.
she must have already had something planned, because Jen was like, well, I'll go. I was like,
Yeah, she had a sleepover and I was supposed to go out with some friends.
so
My friends bailed on me.
anyway, she's like, I'll go. I'm like, really? I'm like, okay. So we went.
Her friends ghosted her.
See what you did there.
Oh God, I suck.
Oh,
It's true, he does.
So anyway, when we went, excuse me, it was just me and her. So by this time, I bought a little GoPro with IR capabilities, so you could see in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were in the basement, just all kinds of stuff happened. That's a whole nother long story in itself, and I'll tell you about that. But anyway, so I called Matt. I'm like, dude, you would not believe like all the crap that happened while we were there. It was crazy. He's like, no way. So Matt and I went back, and absolutely nothing happened. And then at this point, the light bulb went off. I get a moment of clarity every once in a while. I said, I wonder if it was because of her that we had all that activity. So I set up to where she went back with us, and we had all kinds of crazy stuff. And so at that point, she didn't want to do it. I told her she had to do it. Okay. So, but before that moment, I am, watching Ghost Adventures. There was a place called Edinburgh Manor. They did an episode up in
Seen
Iowa.
that one. Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's not too far. Let's find out what the deal is with that. So I found a website or a phone number or whatever. I don't know. I ended up emailing this lady, and she said, call me at such and such number on Monday, and we'll set up a time. I was like, okay. So called her, and I'm like, hey, we just want to know if we can do a private investigation. And she said, yeah, I just need to know the number of people and the name of your group. And I panicked. Like, I didn't know. Like, oh my God, I got to have a group or she's not going to let us in. So I just said D&M Paranormal for Dane and Matt. That's where the name came from.
Okay.
Turns out I didn't need a team. I didn't need a name, but anyway, so we started calling it that. Matt ended up moving to Colorado before we ever went to Edinburgh Manor. She started doing it with me, and then my daughter was like, oh, it's Dad and Mom Paranormal. So we just kept the name. And
Nice. So just kind of adapted it to Dad and Mom instead of Dane and Matt then.
yes.
yep.
Okay. Well, that's
Dig it.
so basically from what I'm gathering here, and I might have part of it wrong, but you even said that you kind of dragged her into it, right?
He did. They're
So-
almost kicking and screaming.
And that sounds like something I would do with my wife. I mean, there's, because she, like I mentioned in this post I made today, which we'll get to a little bit later, she's got just irrational fears. I'm not somebody like, if I'm not scared of the dark at all. I'm not scared of, like, I grew up very religious, so I always felt like I knew what things were, and I'm not saying I agree with everything now, but it just has some things. Anyway, we'll get into it later. But she, like, if I tell her there's a wolf downstairs, she will not go downstairs, and she will be mad at me until she can stop thinking about the fact that there's a wolf downstairs. Like, it's just silly stuff like that. But
It must be nice.
right, right.
Just say, hey, I'm going to be downstairs and there's a wolf down there. So I don't know about if you should come down or not.
But yeah, she's in here talking shit too right now because she heard me.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
But no. So
No.
so I
I love
understand
that she talks shit.
I understand that part of it. Me too. It's part of why I married her. Let me because we'll get into the investigations. I want to ask about different things like that, but let's kind of get everybody involved here a little bit. Shane, first off, what do you gather about that? Let's say that you're doing an investigation. You've never done anything like this before, and I drag you out somewhere. And what's the meter that you have, Dane? What's it called?
K2 meter.
The K2 meter. So let's say that me and you are sitting in a dark room somewhere, Shane, And this fucking thing starts going off where there should be no electric current, like nothing that should be doing this, right?
Right.
And the chain, like to this old light in this prison cell, gets pulled. Looks like from the bottom, right? Like, what? First off, how's that story rub you? Because I love saying that. And then, you know, what would you do in that situation?
I'd probably be looking for the fastest way out of there. So,
Because you're not a big fan of this kind of stuff, right? I mean,
I don't know. Like, I do find it interesting. But I don't know. I don't want to go poking the bear, you know.
so it kind of, instead of like intriguing you, it just makes you want to fucking leave, basically.
Yeah.
I understand. Troy, you've done some ghost hunting, right? You've got some tools that you used, right?
Oh, a little bit. Not like they have, but just a little bit.
Have you had anything like what they've had happen to you?
I saw a ghost in the Fox before when we were doing a show.
You saw a ghost at the Fox Theater?
Nice.
Okay. Tell me about that. Let's get into that real quick.
It was when it was the first time we had one of the LED walls. I was in charge of time lapsing the setup, and in that process, I had to get there like 2 hours before anybody else did. So I put a camera up like in the balcony, like way up in the nose. And most theaters, they don't turn all the lights on at that time because it was like 6 o'clock, or it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. So the only light that was on in the whole room was the ghost light. That's the light that they put on the stage. And they put it on. It's a superstitious light to keep away bad spirits. It's in all theaters.
Yep.
It's also a safety measure thing, but mostly it's called the ghost light.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting up there in the like way upper balcony, just waiting for people to show up. They're not supposed to be there for like another hour, but I wanted to make sure my cameras were all dialed in and stuff. And all of a sudden, like, I hear something out of the corner. I hear something behind me, and I look down. I look up, and I'm like right by the hallway in the very back, and I see like a figure walking down the hallway. Kind of scared the crap out of me. I moved down towards the lower balcony and kind of just waited.
So this was, what was it, early in the morning kind of a deal?
Oh yeah, it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. That's
The voting was like at 6. But I had to make sure the cameras were working and all in their places and stuff. Otherwise, I would have missed everything.
the ghost you saw was Aaron Messel's happiness.
Dude.
Dying, just dead.
It was the Mickey's Boys and Girls show. It was the first time we took out this particular LED wall.
That's what he said about the ghost light. I'm sure you guys have maybe heard this, maybe you haven't, but I was working at, it was called the Peabody at the time, and now it's called Steeple Theater. But
Yep.
Adrian, who's one of the like managers there, it was, I was one of the first people in, pushing some gear in. I was unloading some cameras, and just one lamp was on, and he's like, "Hey Gabe, you know what this is about?" And I'm like, "No." And he told me, "Yeah, this is the ghost light. We keep this on to keep bad spirits away." And several times, like Troy said, we'll be in big places like that early. I mean, at Steeple, I've been all over that place. I have literally went down hallways, just looked at empty rooms. I've been all up in that place. I've never
Sorry.
seen anything there, but I've
This is
definitely.
the ghost. My little dog just jumped up on my lap.
That's awesome.
You like this little black thing moving around.
But no, man, big open buildings like that are just, first of all, it's prime ground for your mind to just start playing tricks on you. I grew up in churches, so trust me, I know all about that kind of stuff. Wiley, touching on that, man, were you a preacher's kid too?
Not a preacher's kid, but I did grow up pretty hardcore Pentecostal.
So I mean, like you know what I'm saying though, and maybe Dane and Jen, you guys can relate too. I don't know.
My
but,
ex-fiance was a preacher's kid.
like growing up like that, man, you just get, you get some good stuff ingrained in you, but you also just like a lot of my cousins and a lot of my family, as kids, man, we always just thought the devil was going to get you, and hiding behind every bush, and there was a demon out there, and you're going to get demon possessed and all this. It was constant almost. Wiley, have you had any experiences like they were talking about, or have you ever been on ghost hunts or anything?
Yeah, all of the above. I've
Okay.
had a lot, and I always like talking about it. So I'll try to spread this out and I'll only give one little thing.
Yeah, because we got time.
For
We're
now.
going to talk about.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to dig into certain parts. This kind of overview.
Well, I mean, I've had experiences at Limp Brewery. I know a lot of people have, and the mansion, the Limp Mansion across the street. I haven't had it at the mansion, but Limp Brewery I have. But even long before that, even when I was a little kid, I had some experiences and some pretty insane stuff that we'll talk about as I get more drunk and can handle speaking it out loud. But I will talk about the same experience you're talking about, seeing the little chain or rope or whatever pulling and having that that like, holy shit, this is real, this is really happening. I practiced. I'm from Heron, Illinois, a little town like an hour and a half southeast of St. Louis, down near Carbondale, Illinois.
Okay.
And we practiced like on the main Park Avenue strip in Heron, Illinois, in a second story building. It was on Cherry Street and Park Avenue in Heron, Route 148, Park Avenue, whatever they wanted to call it. But we practiced upstairs, and we had a practice space, like this entire second floor of this run of, it's all turned into bars on the bottom story. So the bottom floor was all nothing but bars and shit. But upstairs, they had, there was just a bunch of little apartment type rooms, and they, shit was old. This shit was so old. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about all of the gang violence and stuff that used to happen back down in Southern Illinois and Williamson County back in the early 1900s. Bloody Williamson, all the stuff that went down. Anyway, there's insane amounts of old Italian history in this town that I grew up in. And so this building's old as hell. So old. And we're upstairs and we practice, and all the rooms, the other bands practice. But this particular night, we were the only ones up there practicing in our little room, playing music. And our room, it was a beautiful room. It was so cool to like look outside. You could see the cars going on Park Avenue and everything. And but we had we had a lock on our door because we didn't want like other jackasses from bands. We didn't like to just help themselves and walk into our room and everything. But we were in there practicing. And then after we practiced, we would sit and we'd play PlayStation 2. We had a little PlayStation 2 set up. This was a while back, PlayStation 2. We had a PlayStation 2 set up in there.
Yeah, we are old as fuck, Wiley.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, so old. I'm old as hell.
I'm from the generation that played Pong on a black and white television, so trust me.
So we got time, is what you're saying? Because you look like a Sprite chipper chipmunk right now, Dane. You look like you're ready to take on the world.
Not really. I'm actually ready to go to bed, but that's okay.
You got a
Keep
lot
this
to
old
go.
man up.
But yeah, it was. We practiced. We started playing video games. I actually remember we were playing one of the old one of the old MLB show games, and or 2K, whichever one it was. It was a baseball game, and we hear something going up and down the steps, and we're like, "What jackass is here?" Like, because there was people in that building we didn't like that would practice up there as well. And this was past closing time, so it was like probably 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. There was
So
no
Joel
bars
and an
going
Immical
on.
Driver up there practicing.
No. This is right around the time that I met Joel, so that's fun. But it was I heard, and it sounded like from just somebody going up and down the steps, and it sounded like somebody was going up the steps and dragging something behind them. So like you'd hear steps, but then you'd hear something like thump, 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 kind of following behind the steps. So we looked outside, like, what the hell's going on? Nothing there. Like, that's kind of fucking weird. Whatever. Let's play some baseball. Get back playing baseball. We weren't even 21. We were like 19 years old or something, or 18 years old, and we were just drinking Keystone Lights that our 21-year-old friend got for us. Not a hammer or anything. But then we hear it again. We're like, what the hell's going on? So we stick our heads out again, and then we hear somebody in the empty room across the hall. And we were in that empty room earlier in the day, finding out if we wanted to take that empty room and leave the room that we had, take this one over, because it seemed like there was a little bit more room. And it was unlocked, so you could just walk right in. But this time, it was locked. We went to go see, because we heard something coming from that empty room, and we went to go see, and the door was locked. We're like, somebody's fucking around in here. So we try to jiggle the handle. All of a sudden, the handle jiggles back at us. We're like, okay, who the fuck's in there? Like, we tried to call, and we left a message with the landlords of the place. Anyway, we go back into our room, we start playing baseball, and we just start hearing like what sounds like kids. And we're like, what the fuck is going on, man? This is really weird. Go back across the hall, and we go to open the door opens. And nobody come in or out of that room. There's no windows anybody can climb out and climb down. There's nobody in there. So we're like, that's really fucking weird. So we go back in our room, play video games. Next thing we know, somebody's beating on our door. And we see a shadow beating on our door. We just see a shadow. We're like, what the hell is going on? Open up the door. Well, we made our singer Brayton open up the door because I was terrified. I was pissing my pants. I was in the corner like, so open the door. Fucking nobody there. I'm crying, like straight up crying like a little bitch. I'm like, it's fucking in. This is it. We're all dead. Fucking killed by a goddamn ghost. Anyway, we heard the thumping and stuff going on. So finally, we're just like, we're done. We're leaving. Anyway, fast forward. We partied. We kept practicing there, but we had a rule. After 2 o'clock, we just left because we weren't running that stuff anymore. But every time it would empty out, we would hear people walking around and shuffling and stomping around. And we named the ghost Lucky. And every time we'd hear something, we'd be like, Lucky? And then when we would yell out Lucky, we would hear some kind of loud banging on the wall. And it happened every time that we said it, as long as it was later at night.
So if you said Lucky, it would happen?
Yeah, well, it's like whatever this was happening learned from us calling it Lucky and didn't fucking like it. So we'd be like, Lucky? And we just hear, and we're like, what the fuck? Like, and we brought people over. We had friends that were into the paranormal thing. They didn't have any devices that could read or pick up anything, but they would take the Polaroid flashes and try to see what they can catch. And they caught all kinds of weird orbs and stuff and brought video cameras, and they stayed all night a couple times, but they could hear it too. There's video of us yelling out Lucky and just the dong, 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 dong. You could hear the body, like they heard stuff being drug up and down stairs and stuff like that. But that one was terrifying for an 18-year-old drunk kid.
Yeah, you kept going back.
Oh yeah, we kept
of
practicing. We
course.
were paying money to practice.
Of course.
We just made a rule. Like 2 a.m., we're the fuck out of here because we didn't want to mess with it. Oh, Brayton got locked up there one day because the door locks from the outside. Like the door downstairs locks from the outside. So if somebody locks the door and leaves you in there, you're stuck. Doesn't matter if you have a key or not. He was locked inside it. He was locked inside it one night. When he finally got a hold of us because it was super late when finally one of us managed to wake up and hear our phone. And he was crying. He was like, this is fucking horrifying. I saw lights. I saw all this stuff. It was terrifying. And we had to go unlock him and get him out. But that was one.
Damn.
That was one.
Well, yeah. So I mentioned on the show before, I lived in this house that we called the Stone Dog House because an old band I was in was called the Stone Dog Diaries. Stone Dog has been something I've been throwing out and using for myself for years and years and years. But I had Mario on the show and Melissa, a couple of friends of mine, the last paranormal edition that we did, and we talked about that house in particular because there's some stuff from growing up that I'll talk about a little bit later, more like religious kind of demonic stuff. This was something where, like, I mean, we had people over constantly, and it just, I mean, there was always something happening to someone. I mean, like me and Melissa were downstairs in the cigarette room is what we called it, because it was like a room with windows, just kind of an open room. It wasn't screened, but it was just glass. So we're standing out there talking, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like 2-3 in the morning, and we were the only two up, and somebody jiggles on the handle like they're trying to get in. So I'm like, okay. And I go over and nobody's there. I mean, there was no way for anybody to have gotten there because we could see everything around us. I went outside, I looked around, there was nothing. And that wasn't too scary or anything like that, but that happened. Me and Mario would constantly, like, I would wake up in the middle of the night, and you would constantly hear the stairs creaking like somebody was going up and down them. I would hear someone walking around in my room, like, because the floor was wood. So, like, me and my girlfriend at the time, actually, one night, I mean, we were there, and she is not someone that would ever say anything about any of this kind of stuff, and even she was real creeped out because she's like, there's something walking around, and I'm like, yeah, I know, it's kind of fucked up. And then there was, last thing I'll say about the house, just to kind of, because I don't want to take too much time, is with all that stuff going on, and I covered it the last show, we thought it'd be a great idea to get a Ouija board. My friend Melissa gets a Ouija board that was apparently one of her friends that had died. There was like a big story, as there's a story behind every Ouija board, right? And we use it, and a couple of my friends who had no idea really that I had a brother that died, and definitely didn't know his name. I mean, there's something that kept saying it would say, and I forget exactly what it was saying, but implying that it knew who we were or something, and it spelled out my brother's initials. Then I start asking questions, and of course, like, who knows what that was? I'm not saying it is or isn't real or that night happened, but I mean, like, it just, everything got real dramatic and quiet. And then afterwards, I mean, people were crying and shit. So it was just like one of those things that was kind of fucked up. So, I mean, like, I just wanted to say, like, I've lived in a house like that. I know what it's like to kind of be in a haunting situation. One thing that I wanted to ask you guys, first off, because I know you've done different things like this and kind of even mentioned a few investigations that you got under your belt. But have you ever felt like something followed you home?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and to kind of, I do want to get into that more, but one question I want to ask you guys is like, growing up, you know, everything that was bad, you know, especially my parents and my dad and mom, I mean, it was just the devil. It's just the devil. Everything's the devil. It's all the devil, right? They would even
Devil.
and you can look in the Bible. I mean, and it talks about how Saul consults a medium, you know, and the Bible never says that it wasn't real. It just says that he shouldn't have gone there. And I'm not trying to say the Bible's all legit, everything. I'm just saying, listen, it's normal. People kind of, if you go to church, you know about this thing called the Bible. It's what a lot of people believe and follow. I'm just saying, right? It's a story in there. But to kind of round that up, do you guys have any opinion on that? Do you think, because I'm at the point where I think that some things can be just evil. I think more, to me, there's bad and good things more than just like, this guy works for the devil and the devil sent him here because the devil dispatches every bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, but what do you guys think about that? Like, what's your opinion?
Well, we actually go to church.
Okay.
And we have talked to our pastor before about what we do. So I don't like to talk about religion too much, but religion is man-made. Jesus was not religious.
I agree.
The good religious people killed Jesus. So that's kind of my opinion there. I'm more of a spiritual person. I do believe in a creator. I do believe we're all here for a purpose. I do believe in good and evil. I believe in demons. I've never encountered a demon. I don't want to. So, but I don't believe the Bible is black and white as we were led to believe as kids. I think there's a lot of gray area there.
And here's the thing. No matter which translation you're going to, you could even go back to the Greek translation and someone had their hands on it. So, I think that there definitely have been things that have been inspired by, something greater than us, in my opinion. I also know that, just like what Dane said, I mean, if you're a religious zealot, you can get mad at me if you want and say I'm lying, but look in the Bible. Jesus went into the temple, he trashed it and drove all the merchants out with a whip. And he said, "You made my father's house a den of thieves." Like, I'm not saying I'm an encyclopedia of the Bible, but I was a preacher's kid. I went to church about 4 times a week. It was Assembly of God. So it was kind of Pentecostal, right? On the way home, my dad would constantly ask me what he talked about. And if I couldn't tell him, it's not like, I'd be in serious trouble, but he was disappointed in me. So I'd always kind of try to understand what he was saying. But I do agree with you. I think that there are very good people. And I think faith is awesome. Faith is great. Faith is what I think is real. I think that religion, a lot of times, like you said, can be a very bad thing. There can be good things and bad things come of it. But anytime somebody gets their hands on too much of anything, kind of ruin it. Moving on, kind of from that question though, do you guys think that everything paranormal is evil, or does your pastor think that?
No.
No. And we've actually talked with more than one pastor. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I'd love to hear this. Yeah, it's great.
Just so you know, she's a medium.
That's awesome, because I've wanted to talk to a medium on the show too, and just personally, so that's great.
2 for 1. I don't know what's going on. She's getting something somewhere.
Okay.
And basically, what she's trying to say, we actually talked to a couple different pastors. Actually, the church that we used to go to, you know, we were allowed to go in there and investigate. So we had a pastor once allow us to investigate the church while nobody was in there. Another pastor we talked to said, "Oh, well, my wife or my mom was a medium growing up, so we always had all kinds of weird stuff going on around us." So, I think, you know, I think the opinion about paranormal is changing. It's kind of like, you know, the ghost hunters and ghost adventures did for paranormal what Tiger Woods did for golf. You know, until Tiger Woods came around, unless you played golf, you didn't know a thing about it. You didn't watch it, you didn't care for it, you didn't follow it. And then I think when these paranormal TV shows came out, it became less taboo to talk about it out in public, and it even became more okay to go out and kind of indulge in it, if you will. We got into this because of my, I'll call it a morbid curiosity, but I was obsessed with it, okay? I still am, but it turned in from something that we're just running around trying to investigate and see if we can get activity to actually helping people. So we do commercial things. We go places like Waverly Hills and stuff like that, but we also, when people call us or email us that are having problems, we try to help them out, even if we can't physically go to their house. You know, I had somebody, I can't remember where they were. They were in western Nebraska. What was just like, he goes, my kids are being attacked by demons, and he goes, I can't get anyone to help me. And I tried to find a group because there's nothing in western Nebraska, but I was able to find a group sort of close to there that actually went and helped him out. He said, because what happens is I would get people to come in and help me out, and then I would never hear from them again. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, dude, I can't drive 12 hours, you know, to do a home investigation, because most home investigations, if it's legit, takes
A couple of trips.
2, 3, 4 trips to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. So it just basically scared people away is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
What you were saying?
So we do our best to help people out. We try to educate people. We try to teach people how to deal with it themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's not trying to pass the buck and say, we don't want to help you, but in most cases, if there's a legit haunting, there's a reason for it. Either somebody's trying to get a message across, or you are infringing upon what they think is their property, or you have brought something into the house that doesn't belong there. There's some reason for it. So we try to figure out what that reason is, but we also know that we can do a sage and a home cleansing, but if sometimes people, things they're doing themselves are what's manifesting the paranormal activity. Like whether they have some old crystals from a grandmother, or somebody used to be into black magic and hasn't quite cut the ties, you know what I mean? So we try to teach people, look, you need to take ownership of your house, and this is how you do it. And then it's kind of up to them to follow through. And so...
No, go ahead, finish your thought.
I'm just saying that's what we try to do mainly now. I mean, we do stuff for fun, but we do help people out as much as we can.
I want to, in another segment, I want to dig more into this, because I've talked on the show about some just demonic stuff and things like that. I also kind of just a few other things I want to expound upon in that area. And like you talking about taking charge and different things, like there's like I said, with me, and I'll just say this to kind of tease it, I don't know, but just to give you an idea what I'm talking about. Like when those things have happened to me and growing up, I mean, like I said, not everything, and I won't make it lighthearted, but there were times like when people would come to my dad and say they were demon possessed. And I remember being like, he would be downstairs praying for someone for like 4 hours with a group of people. And then all of a sudden, you know, or later, like 4 or 5 hours later, they would come out and it would seem like they were feeling better. You know what I mean? Like it was just like a, but with me, you know, I'll just, more often than getting scared, like I'll feel like something's around, and then I'll just take charge of it. And like I have since I was little, like different ways, like I mentioned on the show before, like no matter what situation I've ever been in, when I resort to how I've handled it since I've been little, it always like I get emboldened and I get more angry than anything else. It's just like something takes over me, and it's just kind of over with, kind of a deal. But anyway, we'll dig into that a little bit more as far as I go later. Let me get you guys' reactions on what we're just talking about, though, because we just covered a lot of stuff there. Shane, I know you got the popcorn under the desk down there, probably with some Surge. Like, what are you gathering from this, man? You feeling creeped out yet?
You can't pull the popcorn trick over Zoom, bro. I can't reach in and feel Mr. Happy.
That's his OnlyFans. His OnlyFans account. Popcorn and dick under the desk. Sorry, Jen.
It's all good.
Anyway.
Go back and watch the last one that me and Shane were on together. There's a lot of OnlyFans talk.
Tell me, buddy, how's this hit you, man?
Yeah, I was very intrigued in watching Jen there for a moment when that's what was interesting to me was as you were talking about being a medium and stuff. I was curious of what that was like, what was going on there, and what's that with like sensation or how that works or what, because I don't know anything really about that world, so it was interesting to.
Sure, and I didn't want to make you uncomfortable, Jen, but it did, and like Dane mentioned it, like was there what happened there?
So I basically I had written down that I had emotional feelings that were coming on. So I felt a bunch of energy come around me, and like people were trying to get my attention. And then I get a lot of visions, so I kind of see things like a movie or sometimes like a slideshow. So I'll close my eyes so I can see them. I can hear. Sometimes I am blessed to be able to taste or smell things, which can be so lovely. So yeah, when I started to say we had talked to multiple pastors, I was just, all of a sudden I had like 3 different visions of windows that showed up. And one of the windows had like curtains, but they were drawn back. So instead of having like the valance across the top, they just kind of came down and went to the corners and then came back out like this. And there was a little person that was like looking through the window, like looking in, trying to discern and understand what's being talked about, what's going on. And I was trying to figure out if they were going to let me know which like panel, which screen from you guys, because it's from one of you. I was trying to figure out which room it was in, but then when I asked for more information, I got more windows. So I have like 3 different windows, 3 different styles, but I haven't figured out who it belongs to yet. But I also got like the initials M and J. And
well, that could be a few things.
I said M as in Mike, not B as in boy. MJ, not BJ. Come on. And then I was tasting like mint and chocolate earlier in the beginning, so like trying to figure out what that was, and then like a really strong smoky smell, like when you're smoking like barbecue. So I just have like all these different things that are like different components that are coming in. I'm just writing them down, trying to make sense of what they were. But the strongest one were the 3 windows. So I'm just trying to figure out like which window goes with which one of you, if that makes sense.
Well,
it sounds kind of like my patio. I got like 3 windows looking out there. I have a barbecue pit out there, and I have 2 mint plants that I planted like in the last week.
Okay.
Whoa. Look at
But
that.
I also have old folks behind me, and there's like tons of people that die there, and there's always stuff happening spirit-wise, like here, because of that.
Dude, Jen, like, I think that's I think that's really interesting. And if we're joking about it, don't take that wrong, because
No, it's completely
I don't mean
fine.
that bad.
I'm not, but like MJ doesn't mean anything to me. So
Yeah, like I don't know. I wrote those down when Gabe was talking, but my throat's like really constricted right now.
That's crazy. Okay. You want us to move on for a little bit? We can do that. Can I tell you guys? Let's talk about this real quick, okay? I know that maybe not you guys all, Shane, Troy, Wiley. Maybe you haven't had any like experiences like with demonic stuff, like I said, and like spirits like that. But I bet you've had some creepy dreams. Okay. One thing, and I mentioned before, like this old dream, and I won't talk about it forever, but my mom used to have this mannequin, and I was scared of it until I had a dream where this mannequin got on top of me, and I was a kid, but like,
done.
but
Out.
right,
Really?
but in my dream,
Young.
I turned the tides, and I like got in his face, and I just screamed out, "I'm not afraid of you," and then I was never afraid of that fucking mannequin again.
I would be afraid of that mannequin until the day I died.
In the past few years, though, me and Freya went on vacation, and we bought this. I like burning incense. I really do. So, I'll get different burners, whatever. There was this, it was at a Buddhist store, right? So we're in there, and I'm just kind of looking around and kind of, man, I have a lot of respect for other cultures, like religions and stuff, too, because I feel like, stuff like that's been around for thousands of years. I really do feel like there might be some validity to some of those spirits, and I believe like just because you're not familiar with it, I don't think that means it isn't real, kind of a thing. It's just how I feel about it. And anyway, I bought this thing, and it had writing all over it, and I kind of didn't think anything, but man, I swear, like for like the week I had it, it was just, things were just weird around the house, just a weird feeling. And I had this dream that there was this little girl, and she was in my son Buckley's room, and she had black eyes. And I was walking to my room, and I looked in the room, and Buckley was playing just like normal, and this little girl was just looking at me, staring at me, and she had just black eyes. When I woke up, I just had this feeling like it's that thing. It's that fucking thing. I don't know why. I was just like, it's that thing. And I fucking took it, and I chucked it, right? Just got rid of it, and everything, like, and I did what I do to get it out of my house, and I haven't had any experience as far as that goes, associated with that since then. But that's something that happened to me that's pretty fucked up. And I don't know, like I said, that I admit too, when I'm talking about this stuff, man, I completely admit that this could just have been a bad boiled egg I ate or some bullshit like that. But it seems pretty real to me. Shane, let me ask you this, dude. You ever had any creepy ass dreams like that just seem real or connected or something?
Well, I think it was the last episode we did about paranormal stuff. I kind of talked about that one dream about my mom and stuff, and it wasn't creepy, but it was definitely just a strange experience at the time. And
hey, go ahead if you don't mind, because I know that's kind of a rough subject for you right now. But if you don't mind, just kind of touch on it real quick. Tell them what happened.
Well, my mom was diagnosed stage 4 brain cancer in June and passed away December 3rd. So it was relatively quick time, experience, but it was really brutal watching it. And but I had this dream like soon after she passed. It was like a very, very vivid, like that she it was like a vision that she, like, we were having this conversation, and it was like she was fine. And so like it was like I don't know, it was just it was very, very strange, but comforting in the same sense, where it was like that she was letting me know she's okay, kind of thing, or something along those lines. And so I felt reassured after, when I woke up in the morning. But it was also like, what was that? Like, it was just very, very strange experience, since my first time.
That's something that that I mentioned before too, is like in all the experiences that I've had, I have like I've obviously had family members, like I have a brother that passed away. One of my very best friends committed suicide a couple years ago, Pat Whitwam. And I just have always thought, man, like, you know, if I'm going to have any experience and if that kind of stuff, you know, if it's possible, I just have always felt like I don't know why, like, they wouldn't try to reach out to me. Wiley, I know, dude, I know you, and I know you've been fucking itching up there. Tell me what's going on. Just listening to everything going on. First off, does MJ mean anything to you, buddy?
No, I mean, I keep thinking about the fact that ever since I watched The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan Bulls Last Dance thing, I've been using that as a metaphor to all of my coaches. I manage to beat a lot of people. So I've been using it as a metaphor. I'm like, are you going to be the Jordan? Or are you going to be the Wiley? You know, so like, you know. So, that's
oh my God, Wiley. Oh my God. This has made a monster out of Wiley Johnson. He is just expecting these people to win championships now or get the fuck out. Like,
dude, I'm not, like, for real. That's like, I sat and I talked with my two top guys. I was like, listen, I've got Jordan and Pippen right now, right here. Which one of y'all gonna be Jordan? Which one's gonna be Pippen?
So you're Phil?
Yeah.
You're not zen. You're not zen enough to be Phil, bro.
Oh, not even a little bit. Yeah, I don't even smoke weed, so like I'm fucked, man.
Maybe BJ Armstrong. I'm just kidding, buddy.
I think I'm definitely Jordan, but now I'm Jordan trying to be a coach, and that's not going anywhere.
No, but give me your 2 cents on all this stuff, and also, have you had any like scary dreams that seem connected to anything in your life or anything like that?
And just so for the record, I suck at sitting still, so it's not like I'm itching to try to like interrupt or try to interject. I'm not good at sitting still. I have the most energy in the world, and it's ridiculous. But I got a little bit of everything. First off, I believe in paranormal activities. I believe I personally experienced a lot of stuff, but I started reading a while back.
Congratulations.
Good job, man. That's great.
I started first time ever. I started reading some stuff on other dimensions, and how a lot of the stuff that people think is hauntings or ghost hauntings are actually dimensions kind of coming too close together or intertwining, crossing paths.
Yeah.
And that it's not actually, you know, deceased or evil spirits or anything like that. It's actually just another universe that we're kind of interlaying, and that's where a lot of things like where deja vu comes from, and that's where some people think that there's hauntings going on. That's where like the readings of the electromagnetic fields and stuff, like it shoots off. But I've always found that really interesting, and I'm not religious. I grew up very religious, and I'm not religious at all. I'm definitely not anti-religious. I think faith is the greatest healing thing in the world, because sometimes when somebody can focus on one thing and believe in it a whole lot, it can help them get through whatever situation they're going through. So I don't believe in necessarily a God or a creator or anything, or I think when you die, you probably just recycled energy back into the universe, which can also go back into parallel universes and how things crisscross and intertwine. So I think that's where I'm most sided to, but I'm not like there yet, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Growing up, I was like, it's dead people coming back. And that was just like the only thing that was going through my mind, was that that's what it was. That's what hauntings were. It was all just spirits coming back to get me. And, you know, we spoke about, on the last time I was on the podcast with you, we spoke about sleep paralysis, which I suffer from quite frequently. And I don't feel like I've ever brought anything home with me. I don't feel like anything's followed me around necessarily. But my sleep paralysis, it happens anywhere I'm at. So if I go like to a hotel and stay the night, because I have to stay in a lot of hotels with my job, I'll have it there. I'll have it at home. I'll have it back in St. Louis. And I don't feel like anything's following me around necessarily. I just think that it's something that due to chemical imbalances, you know, the chemical that puts you to sleep and keeps you asleep, I feel like maybe there's just a little bit too much of that in my system when I go to sleep. So whenever my body wakes up, but that chemical is still keeping me down and making me feel these things. But I will say there's been a couple of times where I have been suffering from, I've been having an episode with a sleep paralysis to where like there's somebody on my chest, like holding me down. Like I can't see anything, but like, I think my brain probably takes over at that point in time. And I hear growling, or I hear just ominous noises and tones, or just feeling that happens to me. And that doesn't happen that often where I feel that. But when it does, it's the most horrifying feeling and the most terrifying thing that I can possibly ever describe. And, I do have some experiences that could be considered demonic that have happened to me back when I was a kid. That was also very terrifying. But I don't think anything has ever been more terrifying than the times that whenever I have a sleep paralysis episode where I literally feel like somebody is holding me down. It's not like I'm just paralyzed. It's like somebody is standing over me, holding me down. And that happens a couple times a year.
So that I was listening to a podcast today, actually, just kind of getting in the mood for all this. And two people talked about that kind of thing. One of them said that they'll feel something on their leg in the middle of the night sometimes, and then all of a sudden they'll see something. They don't know what it is, but it's holding them down. And they also said they hear like a thick liquid being sloshed around is what they hear when this happens. That makes me wonder if it's something, not you, or just, I just think that, of course, some things are going to be explained by something medical. The kind of weird sounds kind of thing, like, that just makes me wonder, like, is that something inside your head? Like, are you just kind of like, that kind of makes sense where it could be half asleep, half. But then other stories too, like some are just straight up fucking freaky. Like one person swears that there's an old lady that is behind their door that they'll all of a sudden not be able to move in the middle of the night and wake up, and they'll look over and there's this old lady that's behind their door that's staring at them. Like, that's fucking freaky.
Paranormal Activity, when that first movie Paranormal Activity came out, I was going through like a really rough patch in my life, like just a lot of stress, going through a lot of changes and stuff. And the part in Paranormal Activity, whenever the dude or the girl's just standing over the bed staring at him just like for hours, like they just show the part where it zoomed out, I had a panic attack in the theater and had to leave, because that at that time, at that age, I felt like that's what was happening to me. Whenever I had my sleep paralysis, I felt like somebody was just standing at the foot of my bed staring at me. I couldn't move, I couldn't react, but I felt like I couldn't see them. But how like when somebody sneaks up behind you or is trying to sneak up behind you to like fuck with you or whatever, and you could hear like just a change in the air, or like something's not right. You can tell there's a difference. I feel that sometimes when I have those sleep paralysis. Whenever I was younger, going through all that stress, it felt like somebody was standing at the foot of my bed staring at me, and that was horrifying. So, to what you're talking about how people think, there's an old lady standing behind the door or what have you. I get it, but I really feel like it's chemical imbalances. I personally feel like it's chemical imbalances, but I can, Dredge, I think I mentioned this last time, the band Dredge, incredible band. If you guys like good rock music, check out the band Dredge, D-R-E-D-G. They wrote an album about sleep paralysis, and, it's more of like from how sleep paralysis was perceived back in, the early times when people were first able to start kind of documenting those things that were happening to them, saying that it was actually like demons and monsters, and this meant that you were cursed for certain things of life. But like, it's just interesting when you really break that stuff down. It could be like a parallel universe kind of thing, right? Like I was talking about, or it could be a spirit that's in the room, or it could literally be a chemical imbalance in your brain, or your brain or your body putting out too many chemicals, putting you in that deep state. And then if you are somewhat aware, you got to think like this: if you're somewhat aware and you're able to you're awake, but you can't wake up, right? You can't move, you can't physically do anything. Your brain's going to start creating scenarios. The same thing when you're terrified, right? When you're in a situation where you're in fear, fear for your life, fight or flight takes over, right? You start manifesting different things in your head about what's happening or what could happen. So I think that same thing could absolutely take over if you're in a situation where your body put out so much chemicals where it paralyzed you, right? Where you can't move. So you're like, oh my God, everything's on fire, I'm dying. And I think that's probably the more scientific, rational explanation for it, but it certainly opens up an entire world with everything that people experience and feel from this that you could talk about it and take away. And, I would love to hear anything that Jen has on this kind of thing, because I'm sure she's talked to somebody that's experienced, crazy dreams or lucid dreaming or the sleep paralysis kind of stuff. So,
on every show, I have friends of mine that are on the show a lot of times that play music. I'm a musician myself. I have plenty of friends not on the show that also play. But anyway, in each break, I like to play tunes from my friend. This is a positive song by my friends Antonio the Great, ATG, and Lacey Corbett. It's called Maybe. And it's just a song about, hey, maybe basically if we just stop finding reasons to fight and we, come together, then maybe everything can be a lot better than what it is. That's kind of the overall message. So I wanted to play this. Again, it's called Maybe by ATG on the Stone Dog Show with Gabe Stroop and friends. Stick around because we got a ton of more coming at you right after this.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. All I need is one mic, one stage, and one fan. With 3 felonies, 2 ears, and 1 chance. Can't change the world, I'm only one man. I know that y'all won't hear me, but maybe we should guide our kids when they make the wrong decision. Maybe instead of hitting, maybe we should listen. Maybe we can show them that we value their opinions and show them that the choices that they make could really make a difference. If you see somebody hurting, even if you got plans, maybe you can stop and listen. Maybe you can lend a hand, maybe you can make a difference. Maybe if you took a chance, maybe you've been through it too, maybe you would understand. Maybe we can stop judging, and if we stop judging, maybe we can start loving. And if we start loving, then these kids with potential to change the world wouldn't be afraid to walk out in public. If we stop bragging about the jewels and the flash, if we stop bragging about the cars and the cash, then maybe these kids who have nothing, really have nothing, wouldn't be so sad about all the things they don't have.
Maybe if we try, we could get back up. We could find the love. Hey, maybe if we try, don't you dare give up, my friend. Gotta get back up again. We'll find the
youth
love.
Been dying in the street, they've been going through the most. I'm not really trying to preach, just trying to give them hope. They've been crying out for change. We treat them like ghosts, even take their own lives, and yet nobody shows any love to the bullied and the tested, shunned and neglected, all over sexual preference. I apologize on behalf of mom and dad or anyone else who failed to see the blessing they had. So let's forget about race, forget about stature. Let's discuss politics and shake hands after. Wanna change your sex? Who am I to judge? You can still be my homie, I identify with love. Maybe we can stop bragging about the jewels and the flash. We can stop bragging about the cars and the cash. These kids who have nothing, really have nothing, wouldn't be so sad about all the things they don't have.
Maybe if we try, we could get back up. We could find the love. Hey, maybe if we try, don't you dare give up, my friend. Gotta get back up again. We'll find the love. 'Cause all you need is a
record deal and a pound of weed, and all they need is a fool hypnotized by greed. They need you to blow trees and buy stuff you don't need. They need you to disbelieve the things you don't see. They need the money, man, they act like they hurt for it. They can make it, they just need someone to work for it. They want it bad, man, I swear it's like crack to them. They give it to you and you give it right back to them. With your nice cars, your rims and clothes, I just really wanna know where you think that money goes. To a billionaire man keeping money in his fam, while you all up in the club throwing dubs, going ham. Maybe we should stop bragging about the jewels and the flash. We can stop bragging about the cars and the cash. These kids who have nothing, really have nothing, wouldn't be so sad about all the things they don't have.
Maybe if we try, we could get back up. We could find the love. Hey, maybe if we try, don't you dare give up, my friend. Gotta get back up again. We'll find the love.
Welcome back to the Stone Dog Show. My name's Gabe Stroop. I'm the Stone Dog, joined by some friends and one weird motherfucker tonight. What we're gonna do right now, we've been talking about a lot of serious shit, and we're gonna get back to talking about some serious stuff, but we're gonna break this up a little bit. We're gonna have the tournament of death. And what we're gonna do here tonight is we're gonna determine the worst way to die in a horror movie.
Oh Jesus.
Okay, so I asked you guys to come up with a few choices, okay, for what you would think. And when I say worst, I mean like the way that you would most not want to die in a horror movie, okay? So we're gonna try to find the worst tonight. Troy, I'm gonna start with you, buddy.
Okay, I got two. I'll go with my first one, obviously. I guess like maybe slowly, like where they would just start with your toes and then your fingers, and this would go on for days, where they would just slowly like
Eating you? Is that what you said? Eating you.
or just slowly eating you.
Eaten slowly.
Yeah, and this would go over like a month time period, so you would just watch yourself like slowly disappear.
You're kind of fucking weird. All right.
Yeah, that'd be the worst way, because you'd just be like, oh shit, there's a guy coming to eat my fingers now. Now he's gonna eat my arm.
Why do you lay around thinking about guys eating your fingers?
Well,
Isn't it a guy? Because eventually he's gonna have to eat your dick.
I mean,
dude,
that's the part Wiley's excited about.
God damn! Who is this guy?
you in California, right? Isn't that where the guy was that eat people? Yes, look at you. Look at you.
All right.
Why
Dane, Jen, you guys got to vote?
I got one. I was thinking about that. Sorry, I didn't tell her about it. Thank you.
It's
You go
okay.
last. Did you guys ever see the movie Human Centipede,
Took one of mine.
Yeah.
God damn it!
where they sewed people's mouths to other people's assholes, so you had like a big chain of people sewed together? I would hate to be the guy in the middle, because you would have someone else's face sewed to your ass and your face sewed to someone else's ass, so you're constantly eating shit. That would suck.
Yes.
That was actually in a movie.
I
Yes.
think you broke Gabe.
You don't know about this movie?
It was in 2 movies.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
it's
two
like
of
you're
them.
making this up. I'm like,
Yeah, we
no.
got a movie night now.
Who the fuck
Right.
made up this movie? That's fucking weird.
You have not
D&M.
seen the Human Centipede?
So to die like the centipede, basically, or like in that movie, in that
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, the guy.
Ass to mouth, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
We
you
got
have to like lay on the floor the whole time. You can't just like get up and walk around. You can't
Yeah.
do anything.
Man, could you imagine
Wow.
if that guy who did that to them like had like taco night or like Mexican night?
Hey,
I mean, this
Or
is
if
just,
he ate a bad hard-boiled egg.
I mean, if you're in this situation, you really want to be the person at the front of the line. I mean, because what's the downside? Like, you never have to wipe again. Like, you're fine.
You have 2 people attached to your asshole. That sounds.
It's like, stop trying to lick your lips.
I'd
You're
rather
turning me
have
on.
something attached to my asshole than be attached to someone else's asshole.
right.
Just
there is
saying.
that.
All right, Wiley, you got to vote.
And I was gonna say Human Centipede, but I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember? Well, man, it's not necessarily that this is the worst way. It's just what terrifies me the most every day of my life. You guys remember Final Destination? When the fucking tree branch falls off the thingy and probably the trailer and just goes through that cop's window, and that.
Tree through the window.
Log truck.
Log truck, thank you. Yes.
What's it called?
A log truck. Lots of redwoods out here getting chopped down. I see lots of those trucks. It's
Yeah.
fucking scary, man.
Okay. Shane, you got one?
Well, I was also going to say the middle of the centipede, because that would definitely be the worst. That was my number 1. I also number 2 I picked was from Hostel, when they're being tortured, and then they say, "Okay, you can leave," and then they slice their Achilles heels. And
Forgot about that. Forgot about that.
so I definitely wouldn't want my Achilles heels sliced open and try to walk out of there. So
Let me
I
ask
remember
you
when they
this,
showed
though.
him trying to step.
Would that kill you though?
Well, I mean, eventually you could probably bleed out and everything else, and
I mean, probably. You could probably crawl somewhere, though.
yeah, but I'm just
You're talking in a hostile situation, so they do it and make sure you die, kind of a deal.
right. They were tortured, and then so it's it was the combination of all that torture.
It's like they showed him try to take a step after he sliced
Oh,
him.
My top is going to be buried alive. I don't ever want to wake up in a dark box and not be able to get out of it. Right. Has no appeal to me. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but that would definitely fucking suck ass. Right. Shane, you wake up in a coffin. Who's the first person you're calling? Cause you got your cell phone on you.
I'm going to call Gabe.
Am I on time for the podcast?
God damn it, Shane.
Gabe, get me out of here.
Right?
Wasn't that a Ryan Reynolds movie though, where he was like buried alive in a box, like in Iraq or something like that?
Yep.
It's in a lot of movies, dude. There's
Well, there's a movie with Ryan Reynolds where the entire movie takes place with him inside that box.
you know what the term "Saved by the Bell" comes from, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like they would bury people like back in the days where like you could be in a coma and they just kind of thought you were dead, kind of deal. Like they would attach, I think, a string to like their hand or something, and basically if you wake up, there's a bell above ground, so if you're moving it, the bell's going off. Imagine that you're like hanging out, right, just kind of walking by the graveyard, and all of a sudden you hear this bell going off. Like, oh my God, Shane, what do you do in that situation?
You know, yeah, you know those cartoons like when they like burn out and trying to get. That's basically what it would
You're
look
not
like.
even helping them.
Reminds me of this episode of Scrubs where a dude's like in a body bag, like laying. He's trying to hide from everybody. And he asks a guy that's in the elevator to like unzip the body bag. So the guy takes a fire hydrant or a fire extinguisher and starts smashing him in the head. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I thought you were dead and you were coming back to life." "Well, then why were you hitting me?" "Dead people should stay dead."
Wow.
Did
But,
you hear the guy that worked at a place where they did cremations, and he fell asleep in like one of the racks or something, and they accidentally cremated him?
Oh my God. Holy shit, man.
Yeah,
That's insane.
that would suck.
There's been I've heard of like people, because like I did a lot of production, still do technically, and people, I've heard like stagehands will get into road cases, and I've heard stories of like people dying because they'll get in a road case and then like fall asleep and a loadout happens or something. They get shoved in a truck and nobody checks on them, and they're stuck in the truck for days, and it's 120 degrees. You know what I mean? Like,
I bet that smells great when they open the door.
right?
Oh, it smells the same anyways.
Gabe, I was going to tell you before we move on to the next one. There was a clip that just went out online recently about that exact situation, about people being buried alive. Like there's like I don't know who films a funeral like this, but there's like something there, and they have a window on this casket, which is I've never seen anybody have a window on their casket. But like as they're like doing it, like there's something, you see something move in the screen inside the little window, and it's like, what was that? So yeah, I don't know if, I mean, you know, who knows how legit it is at all, but it was definitely a weird video to watch.
Jesus Christ. All right. Who's got one on the top of their head? Jen?
So from like the movie Saw, with the contraption around their head where it's timed and you have to get it off, or it like Wiley, where it like snaps. Yeah. That would not be good.
That's a good one.
Kind of worried that's what came to mind.
Yeah, that would suck.
I'm kind of worried the way you're looking at me.
Don't worry, I love you.
She needs my paycheck too much. I ain't going anywhere.
I got another one for you, Gabe. It would my second pick was going to be well, I guess third, since my first one was taken. That would be Gluttony from the movie Seven, when he has eat all that spaghetti and stuff, and he like dies slowly like that and eating himself to death.
So if somebody made you eat pizza rolls and play N64 till you died,
Right, just to where like I mean it'd be kind of cool for a moment, but then like where you just get overstuffed and to where your intestines split and open, you just
I'm not hungry anymore.
yeah.
yeah, that would suck. All right, we need one more. Who's got one?
How about
I got.
Go ahead.
I was my second one was going to be. It's not as I don't know. I think it's pretty good, but when you're in horror movies and you're fucking running your ass off, and the goddamn psychopath serial killer just fucking casually walking, and he still kills your ass. Like, what the fuck? How does he catch you? That's just aggravating. It's like, haha, I'm Michael Bolt. This bitch ain't catching me. Fucking, what time is it? Stab. Dead.
Well, I mean
that guy was casually walking. That guy was casually walking. You're all like, I'm a fucking sprinter. I'm a sprinter.
That one's a contender. Dane, what do you got? What was yours?
To be like hung in a large bird cage and have a small fire built underneath you and slowly cook you.
Oh, slowly cooked. Yep. Sorry, Wiley.
Fried chicken, bitch.
It's just aggravating to think that you could fucking outrun some asshole and still get fucking sliced. What a bunch of bullshit.
It can happen.
So what do we learn? Don't ever run from a killer. Walk fast.
Or just
wasting your
fucking
energy.
Or don't trespass.
Wow. All right. So here we go. Listen, guys, this is getting serious, okay? This is the Tournament of Death, 9th edition, depending on if I use the episode from
You're using
Joel because they were train wreck. Okay?
No, you're using it.
Oh, you just want that because you won. Because they ended it early.
Hey, hold on. We got questions.
Sure.
What the fuck are you doing, Wiley?
What are you putting in your beer? What is that? What does that say?
Tahine.
Oh, White Claw.
What is that?
So tahine is like it's like a Latino spice, Latin spice. Kind of, it's like sweet and.
He's saying he has no idea.
No, it's lemon, lime, and spice, and you put it. It's often on micheladas. Like you guys know what a michelada is?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay, michelada is a beer. It's like a Bloody Mary, but a beer instead of vodka. But it's better prepared and delicious. But anyway, they put this on the rim. I like to put it on the rim of like the grapefruit White Claws, and I like to put it on the mango White Claws. It just
like
it's
a
awesome.
rim job.
Yeah, rim job. I mean, fuck her up that butthole. We're going to town, baby.
So is it like spicy, like chili pepper or jalapeno?
It's not like a real. It's not like a. There's no lasting spice. It just has a little caliente, and then like lime, like caliente lime. Like
you know what, Gabe? You said he was freaking weird, but I didn't believe you.
I like that Dane and Jen met Wiley an hour ago and already like, what the fuck are you doing, Wiley? Like they fit right in.
Episode 8 when it aired.
Right. So Wiley, did you like ever hang out in a pool hall, like playing pool and drink a beer or anything?
They went caliente.
Okay.
Caliente lime.
Scared.
That's the commercial now, man.
Lemon.
Wow. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start this thing, all right? Tournament of Death of the worst way to die in a horror movie. You guys ready for this shit?
Ready. Yeah.
Are you ready, Shane? Are you fucking ready?
I've been drinking.
I've
been drinking green tea all day, and I'm pumped up for this, man.
Pump up.
You said that last week and you lost. All right, Wiley, you ready? Mr. fucking Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear down there?
Hey, I look handsome. My grandma told me I was a catch.
All right.
A catch.
So, first matchup, guys. Tournament of Death. All right? 9th edition. Being eaten slowly or being buried alive. What is the worst way to die? Jen, Dane, what's your vote?
Eating slowly.
Agreed? Both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. So since there's two of you, you count as one vote. So you guys got to do a little congressional democracy yourself there, okay? You got to figure out what you're going to vote. But that we'll take that. So Eating Slowly wins, according to them. Troy, do you have a vote?
Oh, duh, eating slowly, man.
You're such a douche.
Shane? I always win.
Shane?
I think I'm gonna go with Eating Slowly. I don't think I would like that very much.
Okay, well, that counts as 3 out of 5 votes. So Eating Slowly moves on. So Buried Alive gets taken off the list because you guys fucking hate everything I fucking write down.
I know. It made me
right.
so happy
Sassy when
because
he loses. He gets
you
real
lose.
sassy.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, think about it. Being buried alive, you're going to suffocate in a short amount of time.
Versus
There's
this
really no pain involved in that. But
Mm-mm.
being eaten slowly over a month or two. Troy,
Yeah.
are you doing mushrooms over there? What are you doing? He's got like a freaking light show going on behind him.
Freaking laser beams.
He accents how big of a
I
douchebag
joined
he
him.
is by his multicolored lights. That's what he does.
I joined him. I thought it was so cool that I wanted to do the
And
same thing.
in tow. They represent
Caliente!
the douchebag guild.
Caliente Lamona.
Wow. Dane, you agreed to this.
Ay, ay, ay.
What the fuck are you even doing right now, Troy?
Caliente Lamona.
Okay, back to the game. Let's go.
I think MJ means Mexican impersonating jackass.
That would be Midge. That'd be Midge.
All right. Let's get this back on the rails here, Wiley. Being hit by a log, like to the face off a logging truck, or being eaten to death. Oh, eat to death, or being forced to eat until you die. Wiley, what's worse?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say the log because it's more likely than eating to death. But that's just me.
So you think getting hit to the face by a log and dying quickly is worse than being forced to eat until you die?
Dude, what if you're driving and a couple of those logs take out some people around you and you're all trying to get out of the way and you're like, oh shit, fuck that. Oh, my Mario Kart skills aren't working today. Death!
Then you're dead quick. That's all I'm saying. My vote goes to being forced to eat until you die. Because, like, kind of going back to the last point, that's going to take a while.
I love eating. I would love to eat till I was dead.
Wow. Okay. So, all right. So 1-1. Shane, what's your vote?
I'm sticking with my initial pick, Gabe. Being gluttony, having to be forced to kill yourself eating.
Okay. So that's 2-1. Jen, Dane,
Yeah,
what you got?
definitely die.
I'm definitely forced to be eating.
Yeah.
Sorry, the log thing would suck, but it's quick.
All right.
Hey, I wish one of y'all would make me eat till I was dead. It'd be awesome.
One time I did this mashed potato eating contest, and I thought I was gonna die because I ate so much mashed potatoes. And
It's pretty scary. I remember you texting me about that.
yeah, I also did it with biscuits and gravy, but and that was really bad too.
Wow. All right. Next up, guys, in the first round here, okay, we got being slowly cooked versus having your Achilles heel sliced and then dying. Which is worse? Being slowly cooked or just getting your shit sliced? Dane, what you think, man?
Slowly cooked, man. I mean, it's a slow, painful. I mean, you're in a cage. There's nothing you can do. You can't do anything. Just sit there and cook.
Your body would shut down at 106 degrees as to where, I don't know.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
I'm gonna have to go with the other one. I mean,
You
I.
can't. I already voted for it.
You pass out at 106 degrees.
Let's play rock paper scissors
Rock,
for it.
paper, scissors.
Rock
for it.
paper scissors.
Love it.
One and done.
All right.
Nobody loves this more than
1, 2,
Shane.
3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
You finally won.
I did it. I did it live on podcast, on Stone Dogs podcast. I won. the freaking rock, paper, scissors, and that never happens.
Never.
I got a better
You know what?
chance of finding Bigfoot in my backyard cutting the grass than I do of winning rock, paper, scissors against her.
That was caliente.
That's awesome.
That's right.
Oh my God, he looks
I
so
don't know
mean.
what happened to the
That's
screen stuff, but
He changed it.
oh, okay. Because that's kind of scary. That's really scary right there. Troy, you're like on big screen, and it's really freaking me out.
Good.
He looks like the kind of guy that would slowly cook you.
Well, I do like the barbecue, as we talked about earlier.
That's
Yeah.
right.
He's got the smoker in the
I
backyard,
will,
and he can watch you through the windows.
yeah, and
Yeah.
he'll cut your Achilles and then put you in a smoker. Hey, here's
What's,
Troy. Windows.
What vote did you guys come up with?
Uh,
I know you rock, paper, scissors for, but what?
Well,
We ended up slowly cooking.
Okay, so being slowly cooked. Troy, what's your vote?
Hold on, that was really dramatic earlier, and you messed it up.
I messed it up?
Are you ready? Wanna
Sure.
see my vote?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ah, shit.
Being
Slowly cooked.
Caliente.
okay.
Sophie looks concerned.
So 2 for being slowly cooked. Shane, what you got?
I'm gonna stick with my vote of having your Achilles heel sliced.
Okay.
Right, and that was the 2, right?
So that's 2-1. Wiley, what you got?
Listen, man. Achilles.
Wow. Leaving it to me, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Isn't it?
Having your Achilles heel sliced and then dying would suck. But I just feel like being slowly cooked would suck more. I just feel like if you're just like, you know, like you just start cooking and then you realize you're cooking and you're dying, but you can't do anything about it and it just keeps getting hotter slowly. Like that's just, it's kind of fucked up. So I'm going to go with that.
Life's a little fucked up. Generation Next, Generation Strange. Wait, Steve's not on this, so I don't have to. I don't
Wow.
have to rap Limp Biscuit.
All right. So a saw contraption on your head, okay, or ass to mouth centipede style. What's the worst way to die? Troy.
Centipede.
Centipede. All right. Shane.
Centipede.
Okay. Wiley.
Centipede.
Okay. Centipede moves on.
Sorry.
Whatever.
The saw thing would be terrifying, but it's quick.
Yeah, I agree. It's like you have an idea when that's going to be done with.
Right. You have 1 minute to take a scalpel and cut a key out from behind your eye, or the thing rips your head off. I mean, so yeah.
It's kind of fucked up.
People,
All right.
people made some really fucked up movies.
The fact that they made 10 of those movies.
Well, I mean, Saw was fucked up, but Final Destination was what was really pushing it too far. Like people got their fucking head decapitated by an elevator. There's the fucking glass that squashed the kid. There's the roller coaster thing. They're just like, what's an interesting way to die?
People get real fucked up in horror movies. Like I didn't realize though that somebody got so fucked up that they thought it'd be a great idea to write the script where, hey, we're gonna have Junior sew Cletus's mouth to fucking Bill's ass, and that's how a bunch of them are gonna die. Like I'm sorry, but that's pretty motherfucking fucked up. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Yes.
It's pretty fucked up.
Okay.
The fact that it was popular enough, they made a second movie.
I mean, this is messed up. It's the nature of the beast, though. Tournament of Death gets pretty sloppy. I will say that. If you've ever had sex with Troy's mom, you know what I'm talking about. It just gets real. Like I'm talking soda cans, mason jars, wiffle ball bats, dude, it gets fucked up.
Like a hot dog.
Been there.
Yeah. I mean, you're going where many men have gone before, if you know what I'm saying. So that's what I like to think, the Tournament of Death is like just going at it with Troy's mom, just all nasty like. So after the first round, how you guys
Sorry,
feeling?
bro.
Feeling great.
Now I know, Jen, I know you're medium. Did you just get a message right then when I was talking about that? Or were you just disgusted with me? Because one of the two happened.
It's all good. I'm just wondering what Troy's mom is thinking about all this.
I want to know if Troy's mom is hot.
She's getting a message from Troy's mom. Wait, so am I. Oh God.
Well, that's awkward.
She's a fast mover, I tell you.
Hey, I just got a random 314 number hitting me up. What's this?
Troy, you're not saying much. You all right?
Oh, I'm looking at tents.
So Troy's not paying attention. Okay.
Just
So
shopping on Amazon.
After the first round, Jen, Dane, you guys feeling okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like any of the votes we had initially got screwed over? Or do you think that what we have now is a pretty good list?
I think it's a good list.
I think it's all right.
Okay. So let's go into the semi-final round, Shano. All right?
Oh, yeah.
The worst way to die according to the Stone Dog Show. Troy, you ready?
Ready.
Here we go, bud. Being eaten slowly or cooked slowly. Which would be the worst way to die? Troy.
Probably eating slowly, so it'd take longer.
Okay.
You could like
Cook slowly would probably be better for the guy that was going to eat you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that.
but the eat you slowly person, he's crazy. Like he's gonna like bring you back to life and like suture your wounds, and then he's gonna just keep going at it.
Like use your skin for stuff and make you watch.
Lampshades.
Yep, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Wiley, what you got? What's your vote?
Man, eating. It's got to be eating.
Okay, 2 for eating slowly. Jen, Dane, what you got?
I would say eating slowly. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 3. So eating slowly just comes out like Mike Tyson in the 80s. Just fuck everybody. Just knocking the fuck out everybody in its path. All right? That's the story so far. Let's move over to the other side of the bracket here.
Which also Mike Tyson tried to eat somebody, so.
It's true.
That
It's true.
is true. He did.
Okay,
What was
other
that?
side here.
What was the Kings of Leon song? Eat somebody.
Supposed to do.
No, I want to eat somebody. Someone like you.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
do that again.
Being forced to eat to death or ass to mouth style centipede.
Dude.
Which is the worst way to die? Shane.
You might as well crown Centipede the champ right now, man.
I mean, Dane got pretty creative.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
That-
Is that your vote?
That's my vote, Centipede.
Okay, Troy, you're fucking snickering up there. What are you
said
laughing about?
But like, I don't know if it's the winner because I'm like, you could just rip your lips off and be like, "Fuck this, I'm done with it."
Well, it's not lips. Remember, like, did you watch the movie?
I hadn't seen it for years.
Okay, well, they actually like take flaps of yours. He take like cuts. It's intricate. You can't rip off. Like that's the thing. Like you would rip your face off if you ripped off,
Rip your face off and be like, "I'm done with this shit."
and you would die.
You knew.
Hey, he said I'm done with this shit because like literally.
Huh?
It took you a minute though. It definitely took you a minute.
So are you about to vote for being forced to eat to death?
No, I'm not voting for Centipede for this one, but I'm
Listen,
not.
we know you eat booty, Troy. It's okay. You can just admit it.
I mean, if you brush your teeth afterwards, it's fine.
Listerine.
What's your vote?
Centipede.
Centipede. Okay. Jen, Dane, what you got?
It's got to be the
Centipede.
Wiley, did you have a different vote?
Caliente. Centipede.
Okay. Centipede moves on. All right, we got a fucking hell of a final matchup here, guys. All right? Are you ready to go into the final round? Shane, are you ready?
Born ready.
Wiley, are you ready?
Caliente.
Troyski,
I'm ready.
Dane, how about you?
Do it.
Is your dog ready? That's what I really want to know.
You look ready?
Okay. Yeah, he does. All right.
Hey,
So,
I'd like to mention. I
oh
said
God,
there was
here we go.
two movies. There's actually 3. So
3 Centipede movies.
Yep, you can watch the whole trilogy.
We're gonna leave this vote up to the dog. No. All right. No. So final round. Stone Dog fucking show with Gabe Stroop and friends and Troy tonight. All right. We're about to declare the champion of the Tournament of Death. I love that your dog is just staring right at my soul right now and not flinching. All right. So here's the final vote, guys. You ready? Are you ready, doggy? The doggy's ready. What's the dog's name?
Sophia.
Sophia?
Sophia.
All right, Sophia, here we go. Being eaten slowly or dying ass to mouth style, Sophia. What's your vote? What's the worst?
Push the dog.
I don't think Sophia can handle the enormity of this decision. I think she's also disgusted with me too. All right. Shane, what's your vote? Sophia's done with me.
Yeah.
She's ass to mouth. That's her
There you
vote.
go.
Ass to mouth. Yep. That's her vote. Okay, 1 for ass to mouth.
Hey, I've been saying since we started this show need more dog butthole. So
It is the Stone Dog Show. The Stone Dog Asshole Show tonight. Wiley, what's your vote?
Poor baby.
Centipede.
Centipede. Troy,
Eating slowly, man.
you're just trying to fucking stick it out just so you have a different vote. You're such a douche. All right,
Usually I win on you.
Shane, did you have a vote?
Centipede.
All right, so to be official here on the Stone Dog Show, 9th episode, 2nd Paranormal Edition, we just voted and figured out that the worst way to die in a horror movie would be ass to mouth, centipede style, eating shit till you die, right? Pretty fucking bad. So, wow.
Caliente.
So I
That's like the
want
only Spanish word I know, by the way.
while we're keeping this all lighthearted here, Shano,
Yeah.
I asked you a couple weeks ago to come up with some things for a new segment. It's called Shane Do's the News. So we're going to get back into paranormal here in a second, but I did want to kind of just take a little bit. You got any stories for us this week to tell us about?
Yeah, I got a couple for you, Gabe.
All right, what kind of shit's going on right now?
So this was a good one, and also kind of goes back to Wiley being on the show last time. We talked video games, and one of those being Tony Hawk came up, and
Yeah,
Tony Hawk being rebooted now. We got the new remaking 1 and 2, and so with all that being happening.
Is that Rogue Squadron, the original one?
Yeah,
Wiley?
baby. Yeah,
Sick.
yeah.
All right, go Shane. Sorry.
So there's now a petition online to keep Trapped off the Tony Hawk soundtrack. So
That's which song was on the soundtrack?
Headstrong.
Oh God. It's not even that song's like, okay, let's be honest, all right? Back when I was in high school, which was, I was a senior in 2003. So, Jen, Dane, do you guys know the song Headstrong by Trapped?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, hang on, I got you.
Dane, what's your feeling on that song? Let me ask you this. What was your feeling on the song when you first heard it?
I would rather be.
Wow.
I would rather be in the middle of a centipede.
It's awesome.
That's a pretty good, honest reaction. Have you seen any of the, do you guys see the singer from Trapp's Twitter rants? You ever heard of him or seen him?
No.
This guy goes on some pretty amazing, epic douchebag rants.
Kind of
online.
racist.
Oh my God, it's
racist.
horrible. And not just like, you know, some people say things are racist just to kind of get a reaction. Like this dude's just really a big piece of shit. Like
He's racist and like homophobic and chauvinistic. It's pretty bad.
Dude,
But I know them. I'm friends with him. Not Chris. I'm not friends with Chris, but I'm friends with Pete, the bass player. But Joel, like Inimical Drive, you had Joel on recently. Joel, 2 of their albums, I set them up with Pete from Trap several years back, and they went down there and they recorded with Pete from Trap because he has his own recording studio down there in Orange County. And I got the pleasure of meeting Chris and hanging out with Chris for longer than I would have liked to. But that guy, we were on the tour bus one time and they were going to play a show. And Chris gets on the tour bus. Chris travels separate from the band. So
he's Aaron
Trap.
Lewis.
No, like from now. Like we're talking now, Trap. He travels separate from the band. Like how do you do that? You guys should be touring in a fucking van. Anyway, he gets on the van because he knew that Pete had some friends on the van. The guy's like, hey guys, I need you to shut the fuck up because I have to warm up. And this is how he warmed up. He played some tones on his phone, like some warm-ups on his phone. He just goes, all right, guys, I'm good. All right, I'll see you guys out there. It took like 3.5 minutes. The guy is such a tool bag. And I was like, this guy's going to have a mental breakdown one day, and he's probably going to kill someone. He is having a mental breakdown. The deaths haven't happened yet, but dude is a fucking psychopath.
I think the less people that we can have on Twitter, no matter what your political affiliation, like the less people that we can have that are just spouting nonsense constantly, the better for everybody, because it just whips everybody up into a frenzy. You know, like no matter what, like I said, if you're a Democrat, Republican, it doesn't really matter. There is someone on the far end of your spectrum that's out there just pushing shit to get reactions, and it just really makes us fight a lot, and I don't like it. Anyway, Shane, what else you got?
All right, so this says the headline is man breaks into bank, heats up hot pocket, tells news getting arrested was fucking worth it.
Wait. Run that back. Hang on. Wait. Say that again.
So this is a San Diego man. It turns out he's homeless. Breaks into the bank, goes through the drive-through
window. You had to throw
window.
that in there, didn't you? You rich fuck.
I'm not judging. I'm just reporting. And he goes through the drive-through window at 3:30 in the morning. Breaks into the bank just to use their microwave to heat up a hot pocket. And when the news interviewed him about it, this was his response.
After it was the bank's microwave.
You did that for a hot pocket?
Yes, all that for a hot pocket.
You broke into a bank for a hot pocket?
Hot pocket. For a hot pocket.
Was it worth it?
Hell yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Dude, I better be their next commercial.
I mean, I guess if you're gonna break into a bank and you don't want to get and you want to get in the least amount of trouble possible, that'd probably be what you want to do, right? I mean,
Right.
just warm up a hot pocket and leave. There has to be more of that story. Why the fuck would he do that?
I mean, hey, if you're hungry, man.
Your meals are down.
Dane, are you breaking into a bank if you're just hungry and need to warm up a hot pocket?
No, I'm breaking into a White Castle.
Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, well, you don't have to break in. That's the thing. They're open.
Yeah.
If you can,
You ain't got no money.
if he afforded a hot pocket, you can buy a fucking 2 sliders for what you paid for the hot pocket.
I mean, are you gonna break in and start cooking?
Apparently so.
Castle is always open. I'm gonna break in and point a gun to someone's head and tell them to cook me something.
But wait, was it a pizza hot pocket or a spinach?
It doesn't matter, Troy.
Yeah. I think it was breakfast one actually.
All right, Shane. What else you got?
So here's the one more, and then I got a feel good one for you. So this is this was like in Bolivia. This was 3 kids, boys aged 12, 10, and 8, were fascinated with Spider-Man, and they provoked a black widow spider and end up biting them, and they were rushed to the hospital for all, obviously all the fevers, tremors, muscle aches, and all the stuff going on. And
Death.
but they thought that that's how they could get Spider-Man powers by having the spider bite them. And so it got me thinking, like, what's the dumbest thing you thought you believed as a kid that's like, like that you realize, like, man, that was not a good idea?
Two things come to mind. One time I had a cape and I thought I could fly, and that was not true. Because I jumped off of like this balcony thing, and there was like this railing, the handrail, and it was just a safety pin that kept the towel around my neck. It was my cape, right? My grandma did that for me back in the day. And I was little enough to where I was hanging by my neck, like from this thing. And I could have I don't know. I probably couldn't have, I don't know. But I undid the fucking needle and just dropped down. I'm like, well, I guess I can't fly. And then another thing, I had this cheap ass whip that was from Cracker Barrel or something when I was little. And I thought I was going to be Indiana Jones and fucking do one of those swing it to a branch and swing kind of a thing down a hill. I fucking locked onto the branch all right, and I go to swing, and this thing snapped, and I just fucking landed on my fucking head. Like, it was not a good experience. So that's two to come to mind. What about you? Dane and Jen, you got anything like that?
Oh, yeah. I remember being a kid, and I was sitting... I'm from the age where we had a console TV. You know what that is?
Uh-huh.
We had the big 700-pound cabinet with a TV in the middle of it. Next to the speakers, and I was yelling, "Hey, fart butt! Hey, stupid head!" And my mom came in there, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm yelling at the people on TV." And they can't hear you, and that really fucked me up for the rest of my life. I really thought that they could hear me. I was screaming at them.
Like, even now, is that why you yell at the sports games?
Yes, I still yell at the TV.
Hey, fart butt!
Hey, fart butt! Throw the ball next time!
Shane does the same shit. Exact words, actually.
Yeah. So here's two more happier, feel-good ones. We could use some good stories right about now. And this story was in the Huffington Post the other day. So this a Colorado man named Joe won on March 25th, won the Powerball jackpot twice in the same day of $1 million. Played the same numbers for 30 years, and I guess whatever the number was, it hit twice on the thing. So he ended up winning $2 million that day.
How old was he?
I don't know how old. They didn't say his age, but he played the same numbers for 30 years in a row, and it finally hit. So,
you know what? You know what this guy is?
What's that?
Legend.
Guy's headstrong.
Oh yeah.
See, Wiley, that's why I missed you, and I was like, I gotta have Wiley back.
So they asked him how he was going to spend the money. Did he say hookers and blow?
Yeah, I mean that's got to be your answer.
And you don't say
Well,
that.
I just want to say that Reno, Nevada is like an hour and a half away from me. So that guy wants to come kick it with me. We'll hit
Let me tell you something, buddy. I see it doing little outings with friends and stuff like that. You need to fucking hit me up, and I'll do it with you sometime. I want to come out there and hang out. It'd be fun.
Dude, you're welcome anytime you want. I'm sorry to take up everybody's time saying this, but I literally live.
We're waiting on Troy to come back because Troy literally doesn't give a shit.
I live 30 minutes from Napa. I live an hour and a half from Tahoe in Reno. I live an hour and a half less than an hour and a half from San Francisco and Oakland. The Redwoods are an hour and a half away. Everything is, everything is here.
Shane,
everything.
You think I'm kidding? I don't know how we're gonna do it exactly, but sometime this year, me and you are gonna go out to Wiley's, and we're gonna do a live Stone Dog show.
Let's do it
from Tahoe.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I got one more quick story for you, Gabe.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
This is so.
Wait! Everybody, stop! Troy actually gives a fuck. Hang on. Let's document. What time is it, Dane? Can you tell me what time it is right now?
I have no idea.
11:32.
11:32 on May 29th, 2020. Troy finally started giving a shit again.
Because I wanted to hear Shane.
You know nobody likes you, right, Troy? Like, Dane doesn't like you. He just met you. He doesn't like you. He told me while you're gone.
Do you know why Dane doesn't like you? Do you know why?
I mean, the same reason everybody else doesn't. But go ahead.
Because Dane's headstrong.
There might be some truth.
Okay. I don't want to get him in trouble. So Shane, go ahead.
This was in the news. I forget the particular source on this one. So Jenny is 103 years old. Grandmother beats coronavirus.
Is she hot?
Way hot. And she, as soon as I guess she gets the good news.
Oh, wait, she drank the Bud Light.
Yeah, and she requested a Bud Light.
Don't ruin it, Troy.
Well, I'm pro St. Louis, so okay.
So got me thinking, guys. What's going to be your request if you're 103 years old? You want to celebrate?
Well, first I'm gonna call Anheuser and then be like, "What do you want me to sponsor?" And then you're gonna pay me, and then
Let me tell you something. If I'm living in Colorado or like California, let's say like Wiley, what I'm requesting is an emergency supply of all the great bud that you could possibly find and bring it to me right now.
You gotta get sponsors.
That shit in Colorado and California and places where it's legal is a complete other level. It's something that you should definitely check out if you haven't. Right, Shane?
Yeah.
You're an avid marijuana user.
Every day.
Hey, where would you dig? I'm just saying, if it's legal and you can use it, hey, why not, right?
All right.
It's not meth. Meth would be a lot worse. Dane, if they legalized meth and said, hey, everybody go use meth, I'd be like, no, don't. Do not do that. Don't use meth. It's bad.
Just like that.
I mean, what if you need to lose a few pounds?
You want to lose like a few days and then a few weeks and then like the rest of your life, like you can
A few
use
teeth.
meth. Anyway, we're going off topic here. All right. Was that the last story you had for us, buddy?
Yeah, that's all I got this week.
Okay. Well,
Hey, Shane, you did a great job. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, guys.
No, it was just me. It wasn't them.
Oh.
okay. So we've had some good times. We talked about some fun stuff. Okay. What I would like to do is kind of move on back to some scary, maybe, I don't know, depressing things. Let's well, no, I tell you what, let's hit this first. Troy, you actually sent me a message, and I know that you mentioned it. I brought it at the beginning of the show, but you've used some tools, and you guys have the K2 meter, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. So, Troy, you sent me something, the ghost box, and I've seen this on shows.
Yeah, that was just like a cheap one I found on Amazon just like the last 5 minutes, but yeah.
So what this is, and you guys please correct me if I'm wrong, but this thing, what it does is it searches a bunch of different radio like frequencies
Yep.
very quickly, right? So it's like, I'm talking milliseconds, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So it's constantly cycling. So when you get a message in this thing, it's not coming from one station. It's coming from, could be who knows how many, because like I said, it's every couple milliseconds, this thing is switching channels. So if you get a clear message, it's very unlikely that it was a fucking accident, in my opinion. It's one thing that makes the ghost box kind of interesting to me, because if you're listening to one radio frequency and you just get something come through, of course, that can be explained very easily. I think that evidence where you have something very clearly come across where it's sweeping all these different frequencies, that's kind of more believable. Now, did want to ask you guys, though, did I get that wrong or is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That's accurate.
Okay. Have you guys ever used a ghost box in a, yes, you have, in an investigation? Can you tell me a story about that?
Well, the last time we used one was actually down in the room that we're in right now.
Okay.
And I asked if, because you get a lot of blips. You get a lot of one-syllable blip, a lot of it's radio junk. Some people like to swear that they're saying Mike or Bill or whatever. I'm very skeptical when something comes across the spirit box. So I said, can you please say John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt? And this one over here was like, no way. It's too hard. Not gonna happen. And we flipped the switch.
Because his name is my name too.
No, he'll tell you. I actually watched this.
It's very clear. So I said, can you please just try? And I turned it on, and a man said, you're a penis.
It's on Facebook on D&M Paranormal. If you don't believe him, look at their page, look it up. You guys got a lot of good interaction on your page. I think I actually looked through like some comments and different like people, like even on your live kind of stuff. I didn't watch all of it, but I did watch what you're talking about in particular. And yeah, he's he's sitting there and this thing calls him a penis, and it's fucking the most amazing thing ever, right?
Yeah, great.
Now we have another one that I haven't cleaned up the audio and
Hold on, I think I have one. Is it from Mineral?
yes. I had a woman tell me to go suck a cock.
That was funny, right?
So do you think that
I'm dead.
do you think that was a spirit?
Yes, because the device that I just bought recently, I've been using. This is can you see that? I can't see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it. Hold it up a little bit though. Troy, shut up, Troy. Hang
Oh,
on.
the Nanocom 2. So what is different about this? This was made by a guy named Katie Stafford, and he invents and plays around with all kinds of different
That's awesome.
spirit boxes and different kinds of communication devices. The thing that's different about this is it doesn't just sweep through the radio frequencies, it does it randomly. So it doesn't go 90.1 to 90.2 to 90.3. It jumps all over the place, and it is completely random all the time. There's no pattern to it. So like you're saying is, okay, so like, let's just say you're listening to KC95 and you're what are they at, 94.7?
Yeah,
When you
94.7.
go to 94.8, you can still hear a little bit. It's fuzzy, but you still hear it. 94.9, you might still hear it. So you might have to go 3 frequencies away before you stop hearing what you just heard on a radio station. But when you go from like 90.1 to 103.2 to 94.9 to 102.5, you're not going to hear that. So when you actually get something that comes through, what is that? Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, so Jen's actually going to play it for you.
Hopefully you'll be able to hear it.
Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. JT, are you out here? Can you tell me?
It was right there at the beginning.
Right at the very beginning.
Let me see.
Was it after you said, JT, can you hear me, or before that?
Yes, as soon as you turn it on, it says suck a cock.
It says go suck a cock.
Okay, let me, yeah.
JT, are you out here? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I heard it that time.
Yeah, I heard it that time. I definitely heard go, for sure.
Tell me?
Yeah, I did. That time I heard
I
it.
heard it that time.
You're like, go suck a cock, like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. Now, okay, well, it's just interesting to me because, and I guess we'll just talk about it frequently through the show, but I have had experiences like in Mexico. I built a few churches with my dad and, different church groups growing up.
Guy.
And, what? But, anyway, so there was one time in particular, we were praying for this kid, and I said kid because he's literally 12, 13. There's many people there that if you want more witnesses, you could find them. I'm not making up stuff to try and make it more than what it was. But this kid came in and he was from, like, we built this church in the slums, like, of Mexico, right? There was they put all the people in this town put their money together to buy us all sodas one day, and it was like everybody, it was such an honor because they didn't have any money. Like they just wanted to do something, you know what I mean? Like that kind of a deal. But this kid came and he was not like he could have been from the United States somehow, I don't know. But from everything I know, I mean, he was there with everyone else from the town, didn't speak English, nothing like that. At the end of service, we, you know, have this prayer meeting kind of thing, and people are being prayed for, whatever. He comes up to the front, and this kid starts spitting up blood. He's on the ground, and he starts speaking like English in spurts. And 4 people, like I was 14, 15, 4 grown men that are like, I mean, there was one guy that his name is Brian Gerling. He was probably 300 plus pounds at the time. There were 4 guys on all of this kid's limbs, and he was literally picking them up off the ground while his back was on the ground. So I'm not saying like perfect, like bench press like this, but his arms and legs were coming off the ground like this and lifting them up. Okay. And he was cussing, and he told me, "I know who you are," is what he would say to me. And I don't know what the hell that means, but I was a preacher's kid and I was very much into it back then. So I was like, and maybe this is the wrong thing to do. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. I'm just telling you what happened in the situation and what we all did. I was like, he was saying he didn't want to look at me, so I would force him to look at me. And we prayed and prayed and prayed. And then all of a sudden the kid was calm, and it was like it was like he was fine. And we all felt like, you know, we had gotten whatever it was out in a way. And, you know, just saying that kind of thing happened. So it makes me think, you know, the "go suck a cock" comment, it just makes me wonder, because I mean, sure, it could be a spirit, it could be a ghost, anything like that, but like you know, in different experiences with demons and things that are like evil, like I have like even EVPs, like I've heard, like I feel like it might be some of that, like it seems like when they're really aggressive, sometimes it could be something like that. And I don't know, like I'm not saying that's what that was, Dane. I'm not trying to make that more than what it was, but I just wonder what your, you know, by me like talking about that, like what do you think about that?
I fully believe in demons. I fully believe in demonic possession. I personally have never witnessed anything live, but being a spiritual person, if you believe in good, you have to believe in evil, okay? And I don't believe that all spiritual communication is a tool of the devil. I don't believe what we're doing is a tool of the devil. But I do believe that I don't know. It's just hard to say. I have witnessed one thing that I believe was pure evil, but I don't believe it was demonic.
So this was in an investigation you're talking about?
And I believe that the demonic gets thrown around. It gets too much credit. Excuse me. It's extremely rare, is basically what I'm saying. But I do believe in it, and I do believe that prayer works. I do believe in the power of God to be able to cast that out. So I don't doubt what you're saying, because you have nothing to gain by telling us a story. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, and it's in the podcast, and not all of them are me talking about this kind of stuff, but it is a reason that I am interested in. It's a reason why I wanted to talk about it, because I like being to the point now in my life where I can be honest. And like I said, I'm not even saying, like, I'm not telling you guys this is exactly what happened. I like talking about the things like this, because the only people I've ever talked to about it were like the people that were there, or my dad, or, you know, different friends. But a lot of people, you know, I've been in situations and told people about this kind of stuff at like parties, and just good friends of mine that just get quiet. They don't want to talk about it. It weirds them out. And I totally understand, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to scare anybody or act like I'm somebody special at all. It's not that, because honestly, I don't think I'm somebody special at all. I don't, it's not that. It's just, for whatever reason, I've been around different things that I can't quite explain. You know what I'm saying? Shane, again, I'm going to come back to it, because I like to ask you, just keeping up with everything going on, demonic possession, do you feel like it's a mental disorder most of the time? Do you feel like that it is possible? Because I know that you weren't really religious growing up. So what's your feelings on all that?
I don't know, man. I believe, just like Dane was saying too, I believe your story because you have nothing to benefit from making it up or whatever. So it's like, I understand that, but I don't know. I've never experienced it, so it's really hard for me to relate to it, in a sense. But I don't know how to justify it. But I think we kind of mentioned it. I don't know if it made the show, but being that I feel like maybe you are more prone to it, being that you are a believer and stuff, and in a religious sense where you are getting all this from your father and stuff, in the church all the time and stuff. Maybe that would help open this door or whatever it is. But I've never had any kind of that sort of experiences or anything, so I don't.
I think that what you just said could be two things. It could be, it could open a door to make me more susceptible. It could also just put it in my head that's always the first thing I go to. Another thing that I'll tell you, and I'll just be quick about it. I don't want to spend the whole time talking about it, but this kind of stuff goes way back in my family. My grandpa my grandma had 10 sons and daughters. Almost all of them are preachers or married to preachers, right? Almost all of their kids, same thing. My family is very like that. My dad's a preacher. My brother's a preacher. My brother that passed away said that he was called to the ministry. I just have been the only one that just I'm just living my own life. You know what I'm saying? But there's stories that I heard growing up, not even from my family members. There were stories of my grandpa Davis, who was a preacher in Salem, Missouri. There's a story about there was a guy that was demon possessed in town. And everybody was afraid to go up and talk to this guy. My grandpa went up there to talk to him, and my grandma was with him at the time. They were married. And my grandpa's inside talking to the guy. This is how the story goes. Again, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you it's 110% true. But he's in there talking, and this guy is apparently possessed and just kind of talking back and forth with my grandpa. And outside, my grandma trips over something, falls, and breaks her ankle. The story is this thing said to my grandpa, haha, just look what I just did to your wife. Okay? The story is my grandpa turned around, pointed at this guy, and this guy flew up against the wall. My grandpa went and took care of my grandma and then came back and prayed this guy through and delivered him. Again, I wasn't there. I'm not telling you it's 110% true, but I'm telling you that's a story that I heard, again, not even from a family member. There's another story that my grandpa on my dad's side, one night when I was really little, I remember him telling me that the devil woke him up in the middle of the night. And he said that he woke up and he saw what he said was the devil. And he said that his exact words to him were, "Oh, it's just you." And he turned around and went back to sleep. That's what he told me. So it's just again, this is stuff that since I was tiny, I've been around it. So I completely admit that it could just be ingrained in me to always go to that. You know what I'm saying? That's the main reason I wanted to talk about that kind of stuff. Troy?
Yeah, real quick, an experience I had when I was 16 years old. It was kind of a fad at our high school to play with Ouija boards and stuff. But we had a couple of friends that took it a step further and were delving into some black magic. I don't want to say witchcraft because that's there's good and bad. So that I don't even want to go down that road. That's another long story. But I had one friend ask me if I believed, in in evil and stuff, and I said yeah, and he goes, "Well, I'm going to show you something." I said, "What?" He goes, "I can make you see exactly what I want you to see." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, we were in my basement. He goes, "I'm going to go sit in the corner. I'm going to crouch down, and I just want you to stare at me." And he said, I couldn't even tell you how long. He literally sat down like in the tornado position with his back to me. And I sat there and stared at him, and when he looked up and started to turn around, I saw the face of the devil, like red, goatee, horn, and I turned my back to him and I said, dude, I don't know what the fuck you just did, but don't ever do that again, ever. I don't ever want to see that again. That was really bizarre.
That is interesting. Let me ask you, Jen. So I don't want to, because I know like I don't have a ton of experience. You're the first medium I've actually met, but I've watched tons of stuff about this, so I don't want to say anything that's going to make you uncomfortable or like give you some kind of weird feelings or even bring about something. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to give it attention so it comes around, but I do believe there are evil things, and like Dane has said, like, and you have said, like, there's also just spirits and things like that. I feel like when I feel like something's demonic, I get angry. It's this reaction in me. At first I get scared, but it's a very short period of time, and it's just like all that's gone, and I just get really mad. So like, let me ask you, like, and I don't think I'm a medium, I don't think any of that, but as far as you go, like, have you had any experiences where something has come to you that you're just like, this is bad, like, this is not good, you know? And what do you do in those situations if you have? And if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. We don't have to.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Hang on one second.
Yeah.
So, I've had a couple of different things that have happened. So with being a medium, one of the things that we found out early on was that, before I knew how to control, what was happening to me and how I let spirit come to me to communicate with me, I used to not set protection. I used to not set boundaries, not set intention, if that makes sense. And so they were kind of able to overtake me. And so I would go into what's called full trance mediumship, sometimes partial mediumship. But the full trance mediumship is when they would take over and like I would black out, I would lose time, and I would not know what was said, what was done, until I would watch it on the video camera afterwards. And that was really scary for the team to see that happen. It happened on some commercial fun cases that we went on. It's happened on residential cases that we've gone on. So we started talking to other people and networking to find out what the heck was going on. And so then that's when I learned about needing to ground myself, needing to set my intentions and set boundaries.
Well, in the first couple times it happened, we didn't even know she was a medium.
Right.
Like everybody was like, "What the hell just happened?"
So you didn't start having anything until you guys started ghost hunting?
No, I mean, I had experiences when I was a child, but a lot of them were dismissed, just because, you know, it was like after my grandparents passed away, and I'd be like, hey, you know, grandma came and talked to me last night, and it was one of those, you know, you just really miss her, you wanted her to be there, so, you know, it was a dream type thing. I mean, they weren't trying to be ignorant and dismissive, but it's hard for when you're a kid to explain to somebody that somebody just came in and sat on your bed and you had a realistic conversation with them. So the easy thing to do is, you know, it was just a dream, you really wanted them there. When I would go to like funeral homes and stuff, I would see people. But again, you know, oh, it's just your imagination, you're a kid, you're letting it get the best of you. Eventually you just don't talk about it.
Keeping you up, Troy?
No.
Yeah, he's gonna fall asleep.
He just, again, Troy doesn't give a single fuck about anything, so don't let that affect you.
No. So, you know, over time, you know, things would happen. Like I would be, I don't know, I feel like something was wrong with one of my friends, and I call and check in, and sure enough, you know, they had been injured or hurt, or they were sick or whatever, you know, just different things like that. So fast forward now, the whole mediumship thing with the full trance mediumship, I had some experiences at Edinburgh Manor the first time we went there, at a residential case or two, and then at Mineral Springs over in Alton, Illinois. And we went to, I don't know why I always have a hard time talking about Villisca. We went to Villisca a year ago, September of 19, and there were some experiences that were there. So when I first,
you gotta tell them it's the Villisca Axe Murder House. There was it 6 kids and 2 adults murdered the axe in this house in 1910. So that we went there to investigate.
Damn.
The energy in the house was really intense, and myself and some other sensitives that were there were picking up on different things. I was being shown different things. Like I was seeing 2 of the girls, and they were showing me different things that had happened, which I can't prove one way or the other. I just know what I was shown. Some bizarre things happened when we went upstairs towards the end of the night, and we were investigating. One of the investigators that was with us became very hostile and aggressive, and I started getting super emotional and was actually crying like a little girl after one of the investigators told Dane to open a closet door. Then that's when investigator A got real hostile, and I started freaking out and crying, which is totally out of character for me. And we ended up having to like leave like the upstairs area, and we went outside, and one of the investigators, her eyes actually like went black. It was,
ooh, wow.
It was intense. So there was a lot of prayer work and blessings and cleansings that were trying to be done on her. The preacher from the case, who was, sorry, I'm like receiving stuff.
He was tried for the crime but not convicted.
Yeah.
The crime was basically unsolved.
He actually had 2 hung juries. So he was tried and he got off twice because of hung juries, but he actually confessed in prison to doing it because he was in prison for something else. Anyway, this man, I use preacher and man loosely because he's not a very nice person, I believe is who was responsible for what happened to our investigator and what happened to me.
Did you say the man is in the preacher or the?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's suspected of being the #1 person who had committed these murders. He came to me a year ago, September, so a year almost to the day after we went to this location. I started seeing him, and so I sketched out a picture, and at first I didn't know who it was, and so I sent the picture that I sketched to one of our friends who was with us, and I said, this guy keeps bothering me. Do you have any idea who he is? Because I was getting like really angry and anxious, and her first words back to me were, Villisca, let me get my notes. And I'm like, holy shit. And the next thing I know, she's sending me a picture, and she goes, this is him, it's the preacher. And I'm like, son of a bitch, it is. And I took made a pic collage of my sketching and of this man, and I sketched him to a T. And I had to like tell him, you need to go. You're not welcome. You can't communicate with me. You can't cause them any more harm. You can't cause me any more harm. And when I had messaged the investigator whose eyes went black and who had the hostile reaction, I asked her, I'm like, have you seen this person lately? And she goes, yeah, I've actually seen him outside my window, and I live on the 2nd story in my apartment. And she was seeing him the same week that I was. And I said, okay, we definitely need to do some energy.
I don't mean to laugh here, but you should. I just looked at Shane's face in the multi-view thing, and he's just like, nope. Like I saw it happen. Is that what you were thinking, Shane?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. So he likes to come back and just like try and like knock at me and like get under my skin every now and then. And I don't know. Some of the investigators want to go back to Villisca. They're like, we have unfinished business. We need to find out more information. And I'm like, nope, I'm good. I don't need to go back. There's true evil there. This investigator and I had the exact same dream that night.
You agree, Dane?
That had we not left.
Oh yeah, Remember
And
when
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Jen. I just saw him shake his head.
Remember when I said a long time ago that I've encountered true evil one time, and it wasn't demonic, but it was evil. That was there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So this investigator and I had the exact same dream, and we were actually texting about it the next morning, and we were finishing each other's sentences. And it was that when he was upstairs, when we were all upstairs, he was using the spirit box, and his demeanor actually started to change in his line of questioning, because we're very much against provoking. Thank you. I'm like losing words. We're against provoking, and we try not to be condescending or anything like that. And his tone changed, and he's like, well, why don't you just tell us? Why don't you just tell us that you did it? It's not like anybody can do anything to you now. And I'm like, whoa, dude, you need to change your tone. You're getting, too aggressive. Well, the dream that this investigator and I both had was that he didn't stop, and he was actually picked up and thrown into the roof in the attic. And in the attic, the nails that came through the roof were about this long. So we both had the dream that he was thrown up in and then like thrown down to the ground. And so that's one of the reasons I don't want to go back, because I'm like, maybe it didn't happen this time, but it could happen the next time. Like why are they trying to lure you in? Why does he keep coming back to me? Like, I absolutely refuse to listen to any of the audio, because I do most of the audio review for our team. I wouldn't listen to audio. I wouldn't go through photos, and I wouldn't go through video. It was probably, I don't know, October, November, after he had come back and visited in September. I was like, okay, I've got questions, I need answers. And I was gonna go look at and listen to some of the evidence to see if I could get these answers. And all my evidence is gone. All my files are gone.
The DVR, the hard drive, doesn't work.
It fried.
Well, it didn't fry because I took it over to Tim's. Tim's an IT guy, and he can see the files. He's like, the files are there, but when you plug it into the DVR, it loses power. So like, I never got to review any of the video from it. It was really bizarre. That's never happened.
I mean, the only evidence that we have is from somebody's cell phone.
Yeah. So it was, no pun intended, it was dead quiet all night until 2:45. Okay. So we had 8 people there. It's a very small house, and there's an old barn that's turned into like a shop, where they sell souvenirs and whatnot. It's like a break area. So we were taking turns going in 4 at a time. Well, 3 of the investigators that lived in Illinois were getting ready to leave. So they went in one more time. Well, they came out and got me and said that the activity in the living room is insane, and we think it's the kids. So we went in there. Our meters were triggering on opposite sides of the room. It was a very warm and comfortable feeling, almost like we were all like jollified. I don't know how to describe it. It felt very good. I got out a Dr. Seuss book and started reading to him, and one of the investigators was like, oh my God, I feel like somebody just crawled up in my lap and is sitting on me. He goes, my lap and my arms and my stomach are like ice cold. And this went on, I don't know how long, 15, 20 minutes, and then it just kind of stopped. Okay. So they left. I went back in with the spirit box, and that's kind of when everybody else came in, and that's when all this other crap came in. But I did get a voice through the spirit box of a little kid, and it says, everybody's running. Like, and then when we went upstairs, I don't know what it said, but it was a man's voice, and it was very deep, and it was very menacing, and I heard it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And it was at the point where everything just started to go south. And the other investigator that had the black eyes has completely quit the paranormal. Like, has deleted us off of Facebook, doesn't speak to anybody
just
anymore.
Like just the fuck out, huh?
Yeah, just completely wiped her hands clean of it. So, you know, it goes back to, it can be fun sometimes, it can be exciting, but, you know, at the end of the day, there's good and there's evil. And if you keep doing this long enough, eventually you're going to run into something like that. And you better know how to protect yourself, and you better be surrounding yourself with good people. Because that kind of stuff, if you don't take care of it and you don't get rid of it, it will follow you around and it will linger around. Whatever that dude is has got a lot of energy and a lot of power, and he is holding those kids hostage in that house. There's been countless people that have gone there and tried to cross these kids over. They can't do it.
You guys heard of like deliverance ministries?
Nope.
No? Okay. So there's Wiley?
No.
So there's certain people, like even like growing up, there's a few
Don't fucking
people,
talk for me.
Troy. Basically whenever like someone would say they were demon possessed or something would happen, we would call these certain people, okay? And it was like a thing. They were like, you know, you talk about the gifts of the spirit. If you like look into the Bible, like deliverance was kind of a thing. And sometimes I wonder if that, you know, if it is all real. I wonder if it is part of my background, because like I said, I have like going back like grandpas, different family members, things like it always seems like, and like I said, when my experiences with it, it's like this boldness comes about me, and it's not about me is the thing. Like I always say when I'm ever dealing with anything and ever been in those situations, because sometimes I feel like it'll attack you personally. Like I always say, like, this is not about me. Like the Bible says, and like whether you believe, whatever you believe about the Bible, like these things have worked for me. Like greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. This is not about me, right? It's not about anything, you know, that I'm doing. It's just the fact that I don't know, God or whatever the greater force is in the universe or whatever you want to say is just backing me up right now. And this is not about me. This is about you don't belong here. And, you know, in the name of Jesus, you have to go. And every time that kind of thing has always worked for me in those situations. So it's like there's no like colored, you know, myriad of options to go to when I'm in those things with something I really believe is evil. It's always like, this is what you do. That's what I do. And it solves it kind of a deal. Right. So I do wonder and kind of, I just wanted to ask if you guys had any background in that or knew anybody that kind of, and like I said, I don't necessarily feel that way about myself. It's just, I wonder if there are certain people that, you know, in the same way that Jen, I fully believe, because like talking to you and watching you, like sometimes I'll see you like do something and I just get this like I just know you're feeling something kind of a thing. Like, I just wonder if there are certain people that just are more in tune to certain things at different levels, you know?
I definitely, wow.
Right,
I'm gonna speak in tongues now. I definitely do believe that there are people that have different levels of being in tune. And hey, I want to refill.
Wait. What are you guys drinking?
Yeah, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a drink break here in a second, but
okay. So I definitely think that there's different levels of yeah.
My wife does the same thing.
Different levels of skill set, and I think you can enhance and step up your skill set too. The more you become aware, and I think the more you focus your intention and I'll say study, the better your gifts can become, because you start to embrace them, right? So as I was younger, I would shut things down because people didn't believe me. Well, now I'm like, oh, okay, I really do feel this. I really do see this. I can hear, I can taste, whatever. So I start to embrace it, and I start writing down what I see and hear and feel. And then now I've started speaking it and articulating it when we're on investigations. And there's times they're getting the equipment to validate what I'm saying, which is mind-blowing. Like when we were at Mineral Springs last time, I was like, I'm getting this feeling of, you know, guys sitting around playing poker, and I'm like describing what I'm seeing, and then we get conversation on the spirit box. We get EVPs that align with exactly what I had just described. And audibly hearing the poker game, you know, because you hear hold, hit, I don't like this, hold, you know, like when you're calling out your plays and stuff. And I'm like, that was just completely bizarre. But before, I wouldn't necessarily have picked that up. I might have felt that there were people there, but I wouldn't necessarily have heard or seen or been able to describe. Our daughter, she's got gifts, she's got skills, and she's had them for a long time. Her very first experience that we know of, that we can put a timestamp on to speaking with spirit was, was in 2009, I believe. So she was right about 3-ish years old, and she was speaking to Civil War soldiers in Missouri at down in Springfield at Wilson's Creek. And she was telling these two men that they needed to be nice to each other, that they shouldn't hurt each other. And we're like, who are you talking to? Because she was like, that's my mom and dad over there, and that's my granny over there.
So she
and
saw
then
like two guys fighting.
Yeah, and she's like, you guys need to be nice to each other. So then Dane's like, who are you talking to? And she goes, those men. And he goes, what men? She goes, they left when you walked up. And he goes, well, what did they look like? So she starts describing, and she's describing their uniforms. And, you know, one of them's carrying a real long stick, and one's wearing a funny hat. And she points out at a tree at the color of it, and based on the bark of the tree and how it matched. And we're like, holy crap, that's insane, because she didn't know where we were at, you know? She's talked to her great grandma numerous times. Dependent upon the location we go to, she has gone on investigations with us, and to see her skills grow over the last several years since she's been going has just been simply amazing. But the reason we engage her is because I don't want her to be scared of it. You know, there's a lot of times where kids don't know how to handle the fact that they're seeing somebody, and so they live in fear of the boogeyman in the closet, or the person under the bed, or the voices that they hear in the corner. I don't want her scared of it. I want her to be able to embrace it and face it and have her own control over, this is my space, you're not welcome here, you need to back off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, so she was one of the first ones to notice that Dane brought somebody home with him from an investigation just in March. They went to Waverly Hills, and then they went to Whispers Estates. And I didn't go on those investigations. And I'm usually in charge of doing the closing of our investigations and making sure everybody is staged and cleansed. Well, everybody's like, we didn't really feel anything. You know, we don't think we had any negative experience. So they didn't close out. They didn't pray and close out, and they didn't stage. They didn't cleanse. Well, the day after he gets home, kid's having a hard time sleeping. The next day, one of my dogs is laying in the bedroom having an anxiety attack, laying on top of me, and she's tracking in the corner of my bedroom. And kid came in to lay down next to me, and we were talking, and she fell asleep in there, and she's waking up, and she's looking in the corner, and she's like, Mom, there's a man in the corner. And I'm like, what? And I wake up, and I'm like, holy shit, like I full on saw this person. And then I see a female who looks like a nurse, and she's like, I'm looking for my kids. Where did my patients go? And she's like looking under, like trying to look under furniture and like lift stuff up, like she's looking for little kids. And so I'm like, well, this is messed up. So kid and I went and we started describing what we were seeing, who we were seeing to Dane. And he pulls up a picture and he's like, this man? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, shit, that's the doctor. So he brings the doctor from Whispers Estates home because they didn't close out and didn't cleanse. So that night, we have to go through and like completely stage and cleanse our house, set boundaries and intentions, and send him on his merry way along with the nurse lady that was with him.
And along with all my friends.
Good job, Dane.
You know, and so it just...
I had gotten to the point where I could set my paranormal music box up in the living room and it would immediately start going off. And she ran them all the way.
So let me, all right. So this is not to make light of anything. And if I am, or if I ask something or say something and it's dumb when it comes to this shit, I want you guys to tell me too. I do want to take a quick break. All right. But I was going to ask, I won't ask the heaviest thing I'm going to ask you, Jen, because I do have something that I think might be heavy, or maybe it might not here in a little bit. But, I know we've got some, you guys have some different tools with you right now. Yep. Is there a chance, and I fully understand that probably nothing at all would happen, but is there any chance that we could use something just for a bit tonight to see kind of how it works?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then let me ask you this, Jen. As far as asking about like different things with you being a medium, if there was a point where I would say, hey, can we ask you a few things? Like, is that off limits? Is that now how this works? Does that make sense what I'm asking you right now?
It does make sense. So, I'm not 100% grounded and in tune to be able to do like a mediumship reading. I can do some stuff when we're on break to kind of set more of that boundary, which I've been doing periodically as we've gone, because of it's like a merry-go-round or a revolving door right now of energy and people and scenes that have been going on. So a lot of times when I close my eyes, that's because I'm seeing stuff. They don't always like to answer questions per se. So
I noticed when we talk about certain things, sometimes you'll just get a feeling. And one thing, like, okay, just being, I don't mean greedy as in like I'm being facetious, right? But, like, I was talking about my friend earlier, and you just did something, and that really, like, I mean, I love my friend, and that just really like made my heart jump. So I don't want to get into it right now, but like, and like Shane, we've all had different experiences, and everybody in the world has people they care about. So it's like, I've never met somebody with any sort of connection. I'm just wondering, would it be okay maybe if we just asked I don't even know what to ask, just if we talked about it later. Okay, cool. Well, let's do this, guys. Wiley, I love you. You're on my show, and I appreciate you very much. I want to play Closure from Die Criminal on this break. Is that okay?
Hey, I'm in the game. Hey, wait.
Yes.
That song is caliente.
I love you, Wiley. Thank you. Troy's looking tired. Troy, you can come back or you cannot. I don't care. Shane, you going to come back after the break?
Yeah, man. I'm hooked. This is fascinating.
And let me be straight, though. I do love Troy. And Troy, I'm just saying, if you're tired, you don't have to tough it out. But let's take a little break. I'm going to get another beer. We'll be right back on the Stone Dog Show with Gabe Stroop and friends. This night's eating the fuck up, people. Wake up. We'll be right back.
Repeat yourself once again.
I don't know what, Gabe, I don't know what you guys talked about while I was gone, but I believe that people that have gifts, it can travel down. And if somebody in your background and your food chain had the gift to expel demons or evil, you know, it's highly likely that you were just born with it and you just don't know it. You know what I mean?
I mean, the only thing that I would say to that is like, and again, this is to be clear on the show, like this is not me saying for sure anything. I'm just talking with my friends about things in my life. Okay. So I'm not saying that I am anything. And again, it's not about me anyway. Even if this was true, I'm telling you, it's not about me. Like, I know that there's just a greater force and that there's good and evil. And I side, like, my choice is good. Like, if there's, you know, that's just what it is. And like, that's what I'm saying. Like my son, when you were talking about your kids earlier, Jen, like my son Buckley, from the beginning, I've just taught him not to be scared of things because there's good and evil, and good's more powerful than evil. So that's just what I teach him, and that's how I've always looked at it. And that's why I say, like, when I get feelings, I just kind of deal with it, and I get more mad because to me, it's like this thing comes up in me, and it just feels like, how dare you? Like, that's what always comes out of me. It's like, how dare you think that you have any right to put, you know, any kind of anything on anybody? It's just always like inside me, it's what it feels like. And Troy, let me ask you guys here. So we're just welcome back to the Stone Dog Show with Gabe Stroop and friends. We're right back in the heat of it. You guys have been quiet for a while. Do you want to get your 2 cents here? Just even me talking this stuff, like, give me your honest opinion, Troy. If you think that this is just like, if you think I'm just full of shit and I just fucking overslept and fucking, you know, on these days, and if you think my family's nutty, like, tell me, dude, like, you know, what do you think?
You overslept and your family's nutty. No, I believe you. My parents own a metaphysics store. Of course I believe you.
Wiley, how's this all hit you? How do you have any of these same feelings or anything like this?
I do. I experience a lot of that stuff. I've just I spent a lot of time because, like I've told you, man, like in my childhood, there's so many untouched. You could probably put me on here for 20 plus stories, but
just don't.
Well, tell us another one, bud. You haven't talked in a little bit, so you're good.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to tell a story. But my thing is here though is that I'm never gonna if like you guys with like the medium, the paranormal stuff. While those descriptions of what you guys are or what you guys believe might not be exactly what aligns with how I perceive it, I think that there's another explanation. But I'm still super into the paranormal aspect of hauntings or ghosts or religion or all that stuff fascinates me. So I want to study more on it. I want to learn more on it. So I don't think anybody's different or weird or it's a crazy thought. Like, your family's fine. You're fine. You all are fine. Jen and Dane, I think you guys are awesome. I love everything you guys have been talking about. It's just piques my interest, but I don't think it matters what you truly believe in personally or what you think of what other people truly believe in. I think that there is absolutely something there that needs to be dug into deeper that none of us truly understand. I mean, even if you're a medium and you have a lot of things that you feel and you're getting, that could be so many different things, but that's why it needs to be studied more. That's why it needs to be understood more. So I think to say,
hey, Wiley, I don't mean to cut off your thought, but on that note, mediums, psychics, like, look it up. They have been used by government, like the FBI, by the CIA. Nope. Like, that sounds like you're just talking, oh, you're just fucking nutty. No, like, there's unsealed documents that this stuff has a track record of actually working in certain cases.
It does.
So there's something to it.
I agree. There's absolutely something to it. It's just the science of the makeup, right? It's the science of what makes it up, or the process of what makes it up, or where that comes from. It's funny. Psych is one of my favorite television programs. Shane, put it on your list. But actually, after I watched that TV show Psych, a funny kind of dramedy comedy kind of thing, I actually read more about psychics and mediums and stuff like that. So that's why I even feel like I should even say anything out loud with you, Jen, on this call, because normally I'd be like, I don't know nothing about this, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But I definitely don't mean to offend, and if I do by mistake, I'm sorry. But I absolutely believe that everything you feel is real, and everything you experience is absolutely real, and I trust and believe in that. I just don't know where it comes from, and I think that there are multiple. I think there's multiple explanations as to where that stuff comes from, whether it's some kind of scientific la la la, you know, or like it's spirits and.
Just real quick before we go down another rabbit hole.
I like Dane. I just want everybody to know he doesn't know if he likes me, but I like Dane.
Dane reminds me of me if I just didn't give a fuck about anybody else's feelings.
I love it.
No, you had said that you wanted us to get some gadgets out.
Yeah.
So
he wants to turn some stuff on.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So this
already turned me on. So I mean, like, here.
Wow.
What are you doing?
I'm pressing buttons.
Stop.
All right. What is the REM pod? What is? Oh, I've seen it. This has been on a show. What does this do?
Yeah.
This has been used for many, many years. So basically, the long and the short of it is this. It puts out a little current through this antenna, okay? And if something comes in proximity of it and disturbs it, it makes noise and lights up. The more intense it is, the more lights light up and the louder it gets.
Cool.
So the idea is, so it's not measuring anything. It's not picking up EMF. All it is doing is putting out a little charge around that. And if something comes in and disturbs it, it'll start going off like that.
Gabe, what's that music instrument that they do that does that?
Theremin.
Paranormal music box?
No, the theremin.
Theremin.
Yeah.
Is it on its own right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So basically, anytime we hear that, it's telling us something is around it.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? And I'm so sorry to interject and be
Wiley,
right
motherfucker. Fuck.
Oh.
When you, Jen, when you experience things, do those meters and those measurement systems of measurement, do they go off? Do you see activity when you experience things?
That's a good question.
Sometimes, yes. So, it's been a month now, 6 weeks since we did the live down here and had the interaction with the millimeter and.
Yeah.
I started watching that today and I just got busy. I didn't finish it. I watched a few things on your page, but I didn't finish that.
Here's the thing: is like, okay, so wireless data transmission is going to trip some of these meters. Okay.
Yeah.
So we spent a lot of time trying to debunk what we saw and what we experienced. Okay. And what we concluded was, while yes, the wireless data transmission was giving us some readings, they were not off the chart readings like we were getting. And to take it a step further, a week later, we ended up crossing over somebody. And we're no experts by any means. The only thing we do is a lot of this is trial and error. But during the live broadcast, she started picking up on people, all right? And it's a very long story, but we figured out that one of these was a person that I actually grew up with and that I used to party pretty hard back in the day. And I don't do anything anymore because it just got to the point where I was either going to kill someone or myself. And it just wasn't worth it. I don't have a problem with people doing it. It's just not good for me. That's how I live my life. So, but anyway, this person was the brother of somebody that was watching that live video. And we figured it out through some of the stuff that she was writing down. She did not know this person.
What? That's crazy.
So he kept coming back to us. Okay, we heard his voice on the spirit box.
Hang on, I'm gonna pause for 1 second.
Oh, this is awesome. What just happened? That's awesome.
He muted it. It's a long story, and it's a very sensitive subject, but we ended up sitting down here one night for 3 hours, and she was in tune with him spiritually, mediumship wise, but she was forcing him to use the equipment. And so
I wouldn't say I was forcing, I was redirecting and encouraging.
Redirecting him, because she's saying, look, you know, we want to help you, but Dane doesn't see and feel and hear what I do. So you need to. So then all of a sudden the REM pod behind me started going off. Long story short, the person was lost in transition, died accidentally, but doing something that shouldn't have been doing, and felt like if he went wherever they go, I don't know, that he was going to be sent somewhere that he didn't want to go. And we talked him into going. And I said a prayer. I said, you know, I got down on my knees and I said out loud, Jesus Christ, show this person some love, show him the warmth, send an angel, send somebody to show him that he can make this right. However that is. I don't know how it all works. I don't pretend to know how it all works.
Not it.
So anyway, we talked him into going, okay? Now, he did confirm to us that he did see a large tunnel of light, but was scared to go in. Felt like it was a trap. Like if he went in, he was going to be sent somewhere. So I don't know what happened to him after that. But my personal belief is when we die, we will go before a panel of something or someone and basically be told, this is what you were supposed to do and this is where you fucked up. Okay. And then you're going to be given a choice. You either get to come back and try it again, or you're stuck. And I also believe that we achieve different levels of spirituality. Okay, so you might go to level 2 or 3 or however many there are. The ultimate level, I do believe, is a heaven or something like that. I don't know exactly what that is. I believe that once you go there, you don't ever come back. So Gabe, one of your questions was, why doesn't my brother come and talk to me? Why doesn't my brother reach out to me? Maybe he is and you're just not seeing it, or maybe he has gone to the final place.
So see, I kind of have to disagree with you on that, because there's people that I've seen that have come back that I've talked with in message in readings, that like my own cousin, when she came to me, when she passed alone, and she showed me the receiving that she had when she, you know, how she was taken with my uncle, and the receiving that she had with the room and the fellowship and the welcoming of the family members that had gone before her and everything she showed me. And she was basically showing me how she was received into heaven and reunited with loved ones that have gone before her, yet she's come back and she's given messages. So I don't want to say that somebody goes to the final place and they can't come back, because I've seen and I've given those messages.
It's interesting to me that Dane said, one thing that does kind of make sense to me though, and this is just my situation, so this isn't broad, okay? And it's my show, so sure, I'm going to make it about me for a second. But you mentioned that my brother not reaching out. And to me, that explanation from you, Dane, would make more sense for my brother, because my brother was 17 when he died. He came down with leukemia. And when he died, around that time, I mean, like, I'm not even going to get into it right now, but there's stories of like him in the hospital, just like basically like prophesying and shit. he left of his own volition, and he, like, my uncle's a lawyer and fought a huge hospital for his own right to go home. They said he was going to die in a really bad way. Didn't happen. He was laying on the couch the day he died, and he had no strength for weeks. The last thing he said to me was, "I love you, bud," because I told him I love him, and he couldn't really hear. And he you know, they lifted him up on the couch, and he said, "I love you too, buddy." And I went outside, and I was playing with my friend Timmy, but I came in later that day, and it was just a weird day, but sunlight was coming through the door, and he, like I said, hadn't been able to move in weeks. And it was an April day, April 14th. He all of a sudden, he hops off the couch, like with strength, and he starts walking towards the screen door, and my dad stopped him, and he forced him back to the couch, and he laid him down. And my brother said, "I have to go to the light. I'm not making this up. This happened." There was like 20 people in the room. My dad was like, "Son, you need to lay down." And he looked up at my dad, and I still remember, he said, "Dad, thanks for your support, but I have to go to the light." My brother pushed my mom, my older brother, who was about 20 at the time. I was, well, I guess he probably was 20, because I was about 7, 8. But anyway, they pushed my brother Jason, pushed them all towards the door. And then my mom just kind of told him, "Hey, son, I got you." And one tear came down his cheek, and he died. And it was like the weirdest feeling. It was like, but when I looked up in the clouds when I was little, I just always felt like he was up there. And I'm just getting around to, like, the way he went in his life was very, like, just impactful to a lot of people, and how he dealt with his disease was very impactful to a lot of people. And it just makes me wonder, you know, like I said, when I was talking about my friend earlier, I noticed that she kind of got a reaction that would make more sense, because I'm gonna be honest, I love Whitwan, but he had some upping to do. And so do I, right? Probably someday. But if I could think of anybody that passed on and why I didn't get a message from, it'd probably be Jason. If I had to think about it, you know what I mean? Maybe he did just go. Maybe he was ready at that point, you know? It also might, and to me, like, I wonder why people get diseases when they're young, you know? Like, what's the purpose? What's the reason? How do you explain it, you know? Not just about my brother, just in general. I don't know. Everybody has a different lot in life, and it seems like some people are dealt a really negative card. You know what I mean? So, like I said, maybe he was just at the point where he was ready spiritually. I don't know, but not to completely take over your segment there, but just saying.
Yeah, I mean, people deal with things, you know, differently, and maybe your brother was, his purpose on earth was to show that no matter what you're dealt with, you can be a great person and have a positive attitude, and you can get through anything. You know, I don't know the answers.
Sure.
You know, and like I said, everything that I've said tonight is just my opinion, based on
mine too, brother.
I've had, people that I've met, what I've witnessed. You know, people always ask me, "Well, what do you tell people that don't believe in the paranormal?" Well, I don't tell them anything, you know, because there's no point in it. If you're interested in it, I'll talk to you about it, and I'll tell you everything I know and what I feel. But, you know, who's to say that Wiley's not right? Maybe these things are all happening in different dimensions, you know? Maybe people are living the same life somewhere else, you know? Maybe I'm Dane. When I die, I come back as Dane, but maybe I live a different life.
Maybe you're Shane.
First name, great.
Should be. It should be.
Shane? No, go ahead. Go ahead, Jen.
Quick, who has the connection to basketball?
I mean, like
full court basketball, locker room.
I mean, like we all probably played basketball growing up, right? Did you guys play basketball growing up?
Yeah, I never made the basketball team, but I tried out every year.
It's hard to believe, Wiley. I really have a hard time believing that.
I mean, me and my brother Scott played basketball, and when Jason died, he was going to college, and he was skipping class to play basketball all the time. And I was really into basketball because of that, but that's just...
You really don't think all 5'9" of me could make the basketball team?
And I did play basketball in school, too.
Yeah.
But Shane loves basketball.
Yeah, I played a ton as a kid, but not so much recently. But
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just like a pickup game, you know,
right.
in your driveway or at the park or something. It's more like fully like invested in, passionate about it is what I was getting and what I was sketching out. And this was while you guys were just talking is when I was sketching this out.
I haven't been since I was a kid. I was like, the Jordan documentaries got me back into it, but
Yeah, me too.
I like, there was a time when I could tell you everybody's, like, every person on every roster, and you know, I played basketball. Like I said, I played basketball in school, but I'm gonna be honest, it's not right now. I mean,
it's definitely making my brain dig because ever
you know what I'm
since
saying, Jen? Because I don't want to reach too hard. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
I know. But it was while you were talking that I started getting this and I started sketching it out. And it was actually about the time when you started to talk about your brother. And then, so, you know, the initials I wrote down was M and J. So what's your mom or dad's name?
Laura Elaine, and my dad's Charles Lynn.
Okay. I don't know. Just, it keeps going back and forth. It's like a game of tennis with the initials and the basketball scene. Like it's connected somehow.
Well, Michael Jordan in basketball.
Yeah, but it's not Michael Jordan. It's not him.
I also love Michael Jackson.
Just wanted to stick his hand in your pants when you were doing it. Wait, what?
Hey, that only happened a few times.
Well, let me ask you this, Shane. I mean, like, and I don't want to get too heavy, okay? So if I ask you something you don't want to talk about or answer, then tell me, okay? I was talking about my brother. Your mom is a whole lot more fresh, right? So, like, when you talk about, I know you talked about a dream you had, and I don't want to be disrespectful to her memory or you know, or like I said, bring up anything bad with you. But, like, do you believe, you know, and let's say that, I don't even know exactly how to say this. I guess I will just ask how I was initially going to. Like, do you believe it's possible for you to, or for your mom to send you a message? Like, would you want that? Do you want that? Have you, you know what I mean? Like, have you wondered about anything? Like what, because the way she passed was pretty complicated. Like it was, you know, it went from being pretty much you had a normal relationship to it was altered for good, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was very quick, you know. It was kind of all flipped one night, really, you know, like when we just, I'm sure there was a lot of it leading up to that day, but it seemed like there was one day where it all came to a point. Then we discovered the tumor, and then we, you know, dealt with it for several months before she passed. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, like I feel like, again, going to that dream, like I felt like that was some sort of message, you know, that everything's okay. But if I could somehow, you know, get more messages or anything else from her, like I would definitely be open to that. Like,
well, Jen nodded whenever you said, you know, you felt like that was a message that it was okay. Is that because you just agree that dreams like that are that it's okay, or is it, you know, anything else?
I mean, I think a lot of times we do get spirit that comes to us in our dreams to give us messages, because at that time our brain is functioning at a different level, if that makes sense. And so I think we're more in tune to being able to receive those more subtle messages. But when he starts talking about it, I can just feel like the calmness, and I just get this overwhelming feeling of like somebody just coming up and just like giving a really big hug.
Man, that's heavy.
It does, man. It gets pretty emotional at times.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but I like feel something.
Hey Shane, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
About what you went through, because obviously you and I spoke about how we both went through something kind of similar. My grandmother raised me, and passed away from a brain tumor. Did you have like a last? And if you don't want to answer, tell me to shut up. If you don't want to answer, tell me to shut up. Did you have like a last conversation or a conversation leading up to where you felt like it was the last one? Did you get like a feeling or a sign or anything that you thought that might be it?
We had a lot of conversations. A lot of them didn't really make sense. You know, so it wasn't like I ever knew which one was going to be the last one or anything like that. Or pretty early on, you know, the last several months of her life, she was nonverbal, so I wasn't able to have that. But I always held on to believing that even if she wasn't verbal, that there was still activity there. You know, she was there. And I would hold her hand, and you know, at least we had something there. But we, yeah, I don't know. I can't really think about which. I don't know. It was weird. It was really a weird time, man. Like it's really like it's.
Sure. I'm sorry to ask you such a hard question, man. I know it's a tough one. I haven't had a lot of people in my life that went through something so impactful. So like it was 2 weeks, and I think I told you it was 2 weeks before we found out that it was even there until her death. But a few days before she apparently collapsed and laid in the floor for a couple of days before they found her and was able to help her. She had her normal conversation with me, and my entire life, my grandmother never said goodbye. That was like a thing. She would never say bye or goodbye. See you later. Talk to you later. That was just her thing. And if you said goodbye to her, she'd get kind of mad at you. She's like, no, it's never goodbye. We'll talk to you later. The last time we spoke to each other without her being impacted by everything, she said goodbye. And I didn't think about it at first, you know, because I was just phone conversation. I was trying to get things done, and I feel like an asshole for it. It's affected me all these 5 years now. But I just said never. Sorry for me getting emotional as well over here. I never spoke to anybody else that went through something as simpler or like had the opportunity to speak in a realm to where other people were talking about or had something similar going on. So that was something that I went through, and it's kind of weird, like how if you start reading into those things, getting online, there's a lot of people that said, well, will say that like they had their last conversation with them and there was a sign in it, you know, whether that's a premonition or just a coincidence or whatever. I just thought that was, you know, I thought that was always, it's kind of sweet or sad happy when you look at it after the fact, because maybe she saw what was coming and that was a sign, or maybe I'm reading into it just being silly. But sorry for stealing time there, Gabe.
No, dude, this is great. I mean, like, this show is always fun, and I always joke around a lot, but like you know, hey man, like we're having some real moments here with some good friends, so I'm happy to do it. Troy, you've been kind of quiet up there for a little while. Do you have anything that have you ever had anybody, you know, in your life pass away kind of in a fast way that you wish you would have been there for, or you wish maybe you would have spent more time with, or anything like that? Like anything?
No,
and that's not a bad thing. That's good.
No, I watched a lot of people die slowly from cancer, like real slow.
Sorry, man. I got you.
But yeah, and that was not fast.
Jen, do we need to take a quick break? Are you okay?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Like the whole reason why I'm in the house that I'm in is because my grandma bought it for her husband who was dying from cancer and her daughter that was dying from cancer. So it'll be the house that they were gonna move into, and they were both like unmobilized and stuff. So like they were gonna move in here. to be their last house. So, you know, I've seen it.
You're not, I mean, like you're pretty much just a cheery guy, but I will tell you this too, when you're upset about something, you don't really show it.
No,
I know when you're upset about something. Because you'll really talk to me. Everything will get real serious all of a sudden. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. This kind of stuff's interesting.
It's like okay, so all of you guys have mentioned that, you know, you've lost a loved one to cancer and how it really hit you. Well, I'm sitting over here going, damn, why am I so lucky? And why do I say that? Because in August, it'll be 10 years that I was diagnosed with stage 4 thyroid cancer.
Wow.
It had metastasized, and it was, within a couple of centimeters from my spinal column?
The doctor basically, once he did the surgery, said if we hadn't gotten to this in the next 3 months, we would probably be talking about how much longer she had to live.
And that was 10 years ago. I was 33 years old.
And the only reason we even found out about it is because we were test driving a new car and we got rear-ended. And then she went to the chiropractor the next day. They took x-rays and saw calcium built up on her thyroid, which prompted a trip to the doctor. You know, looking back on it, yeah, there were signs, but nothing screaming, there's something seriously wrong with you, go get checked out now. And what was even weirder about it is, like, the lady that hit us was reaching down to get a bag of change that she had under the seat because there was a homeless man standing at the intersection of Mid Rivers Mall Drive and 70. Like, where do you ever see a homeless man standing there?
Yeah, like hardly ever.
Never see him there. Never. And it's like, so it's kind of going back to this whole creator design forces. I really believe that there is some spiritual stuff going on just outside of our grasp, just outside of our sight. I fully believe in guardian angels. I fully believe, you know, but sometimes we just do stupid shit and the angel can't help us. I don't know. You know, I'm a recovering drug addict and alcoholic, and there were so many times where I should have been dead. You know, I remember the first time I smoked crack cocaine, I thought my heart was going to explode. Yet once I got done, I couldn't wait to do it again. I mean, it was just insanity. And so how was I spared from all that, but so many of my friends weren't?
You know, and so, like, kind of looking at the bigger picture for me, when I look back over the last 10 years and everything that's happened and all of the things that I've had to overcome health-wise, even up to stuff through this last year that is really unexplainable health-wise. You know, why was I spared? Well, I don't know, like, the big picture answer, but I know that if these things didn't come to light and I didn't get treatment and I wasn't spared and I didn't beat the cancer and whatnot, that I wouldn't be in the paranormal. I wouldn't have the opportunity to use my gifts of mediumship and psychic and being empathic to help people, which is the whole reason why I do it, is to help people. You know, and there's been some amazing things over the last 5 years that have happened since we've had our team, and it's really just been this year that I've, like, stepped out forwardly and have really started embracing my gifts as far as being a psychic and a medium and doing readings for people, because I used to kind of just keep it under the radar and just do it on our investigations and stuff. But I had readings done on myself from people that didn't even know me, and they're telling me about family members, like they're describing them or giving me names, and they're calling me out about, why aren't you using your gifts? You need to do this, you need to do this. And so finally I was like, okay, you know, I'm being called out, I have to do it. And the number of lives that I've been able to touch and help just gives me reassurance that there's a bigger picture, you know, because how do I not know anything about these people, but I'm able to bring information to them that is able to give them comfort and peace? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's got to be some sort of thread of a higher power, whatever you want to call it, you know, that brings all of this together and makes it possible. And that's one thing that I do whenever I sit down to do a reading for somebody is I'm asking my guides, I'm asking my angels and the archangels and my sitters, guides and angels to bring me signs and messages that are for my sitters' greater good. Because if it's not for their greater good, I don't need to speak it, because the point isn't to hurt them, it's to help them. And so that's the intention that I have behind whatever it is that I do. And I take that with us when we go into our investigations, you know. Yeah, we want to investigate a place, it's a commercial building, whatever, but I don't want to go in there and disrupt and make the spirits angry or upset or uncomfortable. I don't know if Dane told you guys before the podcast or not, but one of our experiences when we were over at Mineral Springs in Alton was in the very beginning of our existence, and me not knowing what I was doing was full trance mediumship, and I ended up getting, we called it spirit jumped, where I was saying earlier how I would tap out and I would lose time and lose space, and we made contact with a soldier over in Mineral Springs. And before I went under, so to speak, we had made contact and we were using the equipment and we were trying to ask him what his name was. And I threw a name out there and the equipment started going crazy. And we said it again and the equipment responded. And then I said, Dane, you need to come over here. And he's like, why? And I'm like, you need to come over here. And so he comes over to me, and by the time he gets to me, I'm going down to the ground. Like, I am no longer in control of myself. And I'm down on the ground, and, you know, I'm on my knees, and I'm shaking, I'm upside down, kind of going like this, rocking back and forth. And another person that was with us grabbed the camera and turned it around and got everything on film. And you can actually see, what, maybe 30 seconds of it on Ghost Adventures. It's on their Curse of the Riverbend. It was the second showing, so it was the Mineral Springs one, because they did McPike Mansion before that. But they actually used our video clips in the intro while they were interviewing me from that event, showing, you know, some things that can happen. And that was actually, I mean, I think that they handled that very tastefully and how they presented the interview and our evidence. And that really put me out there by allowing myself to be interviewed and put on television. It also brings, you know, skeptics and whatnot too, which is fine. But there's been other times since then that's happened. There was, what was the other one other than that?
What?
The others, we contacted Alfred, twice?
Yeah.
Where he's come through?
In the pool.
Yeah.
So basically, she threw out the name Alfred, okay? The questioning, we went down into the sub-basement, and as soon as we set the REM pod down in the doorway, it started going off. So I said, if you can understand me, and you can hear me, back away from that device. And it stopped. And I said, okay, now step forward and make it go off again. And it did. So that was establishing that I was talking to an intelligent spirit. So then we started going down the whole, okay, you know, trigger the device if the answer is yes, you know, leave it alone if the answer is no. You know, are you a male? Yes. Again, are you a male? Yes, blah, blah, blah. So then we start trying to guess his name. But before, I don't know the whole sequence, but at some point at the Mineral Springs Hotel in Alton, there was a Civil War prison camp 3 blocks north of there. And when the Civil War was over, they tore that down. All the bricks were made out of limestone. And if you follow paranormal at all, limestone is supposed to be a conductor for paranormal activity for whatever reason. Well, when
Got it.
yeah, so when the thing was torn apart, some of the blocks were given to people, some of it was ground into stone. Well, the Mineral Springs Hotel foundation was built out of dust and bricks from that prison. So I started down the line of questioning, are you a soldier? Were you in the Civil War? The answer was yes. We said, does your name start with an A? And the answer is yes. Okay, so is it Alan? Is it Adam? Is it Andrew? Is it, you know, the normal names? Well, this one just throws out Alfred for whatever reason. And the equipment started going berserk. Like, your name is Alfred, and it went berserk. Well, then she had her whole episode. But fast forward to that, she started doing some research and actually found out that a soldier named Albert Alfred Cash, who was a Confederate soldier from Arkansas, was captured and died in that prison camp of smallpox.
Huh.
So not only are we able to, well, then he was buried out on Smallpox Island. Okay, so Smallpox Island, there was a bad smallpox outbreak, and there was an island right out in the Mississippi River, and they would take sometimes people that were still living and just throw them out there.
Oof.
They were able to identify 250 soldiers that had died. There's actually a memorial on the Missouri side of the river, a 5-sided statue with all the names on there. Albert Alfred Cash's name is on there. But we actually came in contact with him again like 2.5 years later. Spirit jumped her again in a different part of the hotel. So basically what he's telling us is that he's lost and he's looking for his family.
So he's just been around since the Civil War.
Yeah.
And hasn't been able to cross over to, in your opinion, Dane, probably either level up or whatever happens, right?
Right.
Right.
Just kind of stuck
He's
in
running
limbo.
around looking for his family. He's scared, he's lost, and he's looking for his family.
Like, the last time we came across him, I think one of the questions that Dane or one of the other investigators asked was, do you know that the Civil War is over? And his response was no. Like, he was not aware. So it became evident during that session when I went back and listened to it that he is still seeing the area as it was before he passed, because he has no idea that he's in this hotel. And
Well, it kind of goes back to, and not to derail you, but like, you know, you've heard these theories of like time is not linear, like different dimensions, like kind of play into all that. Like maybe, like you said, maybe he is, you know, still stuck in that spot where that's going on. And just because, you know, we're in 2020, according to us, doesn't mean that you're not going to be in that same spot and feel that same energy, right?
Right.
I basically told him, I said, look, the war is over and has been over for over 150 years. I said, the North won. There is no Confederate States. It is all the United States of America. There's no North and South. Slavery's over. I said, so whoever you're looking for is waiting somewhere else for you. They're not here. I said, so if you see a light or a tunnel, that's where you need to go. That's where you're going to find your family. So I don't know if he was able to do that or not.
I don't know.
One of the things that we try to do is not only help people with paranormal problems in their house or doing a reading for somebody, or we're also helping spirits. We're also helping people that have passed on, try to understand and make sense of what they're going through. It's just like going back to that guy we helped push, you know, I hadn't seen this dude in over 20 years, okay? And I wasn't really good friends with him. So how did he even find us how were we able to do it? And I told Jen after that, when we were sitting upstairs at night, I said, what if this whole paranormal thing was just some divine plan to be here at that moment when that person needed help and help guide them on to eternity or wherever they're supposed to go? What if all this was nothing more for this moment right here? You know, and not only that, but our daughter was down here with us. She's 13. She's been raised in church, and she's, you know, she hears things. She hears the stories about the Bible and Noah and all this other stuff. But,
That was me.
you know, she's now at an age where she's starting to question some of that. Okay, well, I hear this stuff, but is it really real? Because some of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But she looked at us after that, and she said, it's real. It's real. He told us. He saw the tunnel. He saw the light. That is real. And so not only did it help him move to where he needed to go to do whatever's next on his plate, but it also helped her to make sense of something that she wasn't quite sure about.
Sure.
And I don't know that I don't really believe that the Bible is like black and white. Like you either do this or you do that. And if you do this, everything's great. And if you do that, you're going to suffer till the end of time. I think there's so much gray area in there. And I believe that we're living in that gray area. And, you know, I mean, people will say, well, that's God's word. Well, no, God didn't write the Bible. You know, 60-something people wrote the Bible. And most of the stories in the Bible were not even direct experiences of the people who wrote them. So I'm not saying that the Bible is fake and the Bible's not real. I think there's different things in there that you can pick out. But going back to what I said before about Jesus, Jesus was not religious, you know. And the reason I feel like Jesus is the Son of God and that Jesus is real and that what he said is real is because there were 12 disciples, one of which committed suicide, but the other 11, 10 of them died horrific deaths, okay? And the one that actually survived was boiled in oil, okay? And all of them were given the opportunity to say, all you have to do is tell us you're lying. All you have to do is say that Jesus was a fake, and we're going to let you go. And all of them said, you know what? Go ahead and saw me in half. Go ahead and boil me in oil. Go ahead and quarter me through horses. Go ahead and throw me down on spikes. They were all willing to die the most horrific deaths because what they believed and what they saw. And those are facts. Those are
I
not.
mean, that's a pretty hefty testament right there to what you believe.
But Jesus was not religious. Jesus wasn't Catholic or Methodist or Presbyterian or, you know, Jesus spoke what, you know, the truth. And the religious people are the ones that killed him.
Yeah, I mean, there's, and not to be flippant about it, but let's also be real. Jesus, I don't think that God, right, or the creator or anything, I don't think that he's nearly as judgmental as people make him out to be. I think that a lot of that is to control people. Because like what I found, dude, I'll tell you this right now. I felt closer to God in the worst, crappiest situations where I had not been living the Christian life. Like there's times like I said, like the times where I feel like I felt God or whatever it is the most have been those times. And it hasn't been like you have to be perfect. It's I love you. It's I'm here for you, right? Like it doesn't matter. Like you can do whatever you want. Like you can deny all you want, but like something created me, something loves me, something wants the best for me, right? Now, I also realize that horrible shit has happened throughout time and people have died horrific deaths and been massacred. I'm not trying to be like, I'm just saying, like, I realize that we're all incredibly blessed to live in this time in the world, right? But I still believe that there is a greater good and there's a greater evil, both.
There is. And that's why people are like, well, if God's so good, why does he let this happen? Well, I don't know. But you know, if we were put here for no other reason than to live and experience and do all this stuff, and it meant nothing and went nowhere and just ended and it was over, then why do we have feelings? Because science can explain everything about a person, how they're created, how they replicate, how our cells rejuvenate, our genetics. They can explain all of that, but they can't explain where feelings come from. Where nobody taught me how to love. Nobody taught me how to hate. Nobody taught me how to feel jealousy or rage or happiness. So where do the emotions come from? Where does my need to connect to another human being come from? There's just been too many things that have happened in my life that I can't say were coincidence. There's just been too many.
Yeah, and I will agree with that too. And that's why, like, you know, there was a time in my life where I even said I hate God, right? Like, I'm so mad at God. I blame everything on God. But then it kind of came, you know, to a point in my life where I'm like, hey, like, all those things, like, people had their hands all over those things that you're mad about. Like, people do it. Like, people are not perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Like, you know what I mean? Like, none of us are perfect. It doesn't give anybody excuse to be a shitty person. But you can't go around blaming everything on God, because, like, the bottom line is, like, I'm not paralyzed. I don't have any kind of diseases that have, you know, inhibited me since birth. Like, I'm very blessed. Like, there's plenty of things that I look around and I am thankful for. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Troy, you've been quiet a long time. How do you feel about all this? Because you've just kind of been riding in the sidecar on this episode. I'm sorry. But how you feeling?
I'm good. I don't know. I think the same things. I don't know. Just probably because my parents are in like the metaphysics store and stuff. Like, I see like religion, like it's just like a different way to get to the same place, you know? They're more like tools to help you become a better person than really being like the straight answer for how you should live your life or what you should do, you know?
Well, here's the thing, like, and on that note, you guys can agree or disagree, but like, when I look at all, like I said, I have respect for other religions too. Mm-hmm. I respect for like beliefs that have lasted for thousands and thousands of years, because I believe that everything is connected, because we all came from the same place. Like, whether you believe it's from a microbe, right? You believe it's from, you know, just evolution over time, or we were created somehow. Either way, we came from the same fucking thing. Like, there's no getting around that, no whatever explanation. So there, you know, like I said, if there is a creator, it just leads me to believe that, yes, we all might have our different human interpretations of what that is, but there's something that is the source of everything. And like I said, I believe that there's an ultimate good and an ultimate evil too. I really do believe that.
What if evolution was the plan?
What's that?
What if evolution was the plan?
I mean, that's the other thing that I've taken into account, you know, like, it just, and there are scientists that have said that have studied this and have all the degrees and all the qualifications that have said things like that, you know, like evolutionists that believe in God and say that it doesn't cancel out the fact that there could still be a creator. There's lots of theories like that.
That's one of my personal favorite. That's one of my personal favorite theories, because
they still can't explain how a lot of things have happened.
God could have created a germ that manifested into what we are now. There could be so many avenues to which that it could be, but I think all in all, that's why I think the paranormal, I think religion, I think everything's so ridiculously fascinating, that even if I don't specifically believe in one area, there's so much to learn, whether it's true or not, whatever that ends up being the right thing. It's just so cool to learn about it all. The more insight you have.
And I agree. And let me ask you, Jen, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Okay.
By the way, Jen, you're my favorite.
Yeah.
I love you.
Dane's cool, but Jen, you're cool. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come right back, wrap up everything. This has been a loaded episode. It's been a lot of fun, but I'm going to play a tune from myself. This is a 333 song. It's called Fighting Tides. It's my newest single. If you haven't heard it, you're about to hear it right fucking now on the Stone Dog Show with Gabe Stroop and friends. Come back. We're going to wrap up everything we've talked about and really find out why Troy hasn't shaven his fucking douchebag mustache right after this.
It's beautiful.
Hold on me that begs to be free is calling out again. Can you feel it? 'Cause I can, and we can feel it. Oh yeah.
Last 4 years of my life, bro.
I need you guys to just met me tonight to not hate me after tonight.
Oh, I don't hate you.
I just don't like you.
I actually am starting to like you the more I hang out with you. It's kind of dumb.
That's
yeah, it's fucked up. All right. Anyway, welcome back to this. Oh, Wiley's really partying there. Welcome back to the paranormal edition of the Stone Dog Show. We've talked about a lot of shit tonight. We got to wrap it up at some point. I cannot keep these people forever, even though I would like to. But I made a post on Facebook. I want to start off with this, okay? I got a lot of responses. Got 49 comments, okay? I said, when I was little, my mom would get to a point in the night where she'd turn off the lights and close the door. So every night when I went to bed, my bedtime was like 9:30. If I didn't go to bed to a certain point, she would come by, she'd turn off the light, she'd close the door, okay? Every night, I thought there was a demon in my closet looking at me when I was very little. I was just convinced. And if the closet door was open, I just felt like there was this demon was fucking staring at me all the time. It was very specifically in my head, a demon, right? Now, like I said, probably because of my upbringing, is what I said in my Facebook post. My wife is scared of wolves. Whenever I tell her there's a wolf downstairs, she freaks out, and that's true. And I think I mentioned that earlier. Whenever I'm like, hey, there's a wolf downstairs, she just gets all scared, creeped out. So I said, does anybody have any irrational fears? Craig Nunnally, he says, I still run up the stairs in the dark. That's something I kind of understand. I've lived different places when it's dark downstairs or something, I'm trying to make it back up. For some reason, you just feel like you just need to get the fuck up the stairs.
Yeah, you always jump on the last step. You gotta.
You
right
guys
before it
agree?
gets you.
Yeah, you definitely hit double step on that last one for sure. Danielle Murphy. She says, well, just Tales from the Crypt, Little Monsters, just made her freak out growing up. Do you guys ever watch Tales from the Crypt when you were younger?
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh my God, that shit creeped the fuck out of me when I was younger.
Dude, read Pat Murphy's. Pat Murphy's is my favorite.
Mario Spina, he says Bridges. He said his grandpa used to pull over and act like he was going to let him out on a bridge, and he would freak out. He said Bridges just made him scared. It's kind of weird, right? Megan Elizabeth Jeglum, I think it's Jeglum, maybe Heglum, says, when I was in my teens, I worked at Crestwood Mall, and my uncle told me to always approach my car at night while looking under it to make sure someone isn't hiding under my car, waiting to slash my Achilles. Shane. To this day, she still jumps into the car from like 2 feet away, so nobody can grab her, she says.
She was ruined.
Brett Taylor says he still jumps on the bed expecting something to reach out and grab him from under the bed. That's kind of a classic. Everybody's, when you're
Yeah,
younger,
I think
especially.
Little Monsters ruined us all a little bit, man.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. At night, I don't like my feet being uncovered. I will make sure that they're covered
I don't
up.
either.
It's
I
just a
don't either.
weird feeling.
Same.
It's like I don't like it. Yeah. And hanging off the bed, nope, ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Ain't happening.
Uh-huh.
I just feel like there's something under the bed that's going to be like grabbing. And if something does grab my foot from under the bed, like I'm going to freak out. So I'm like, I don't even want to give it a chance.
But you know what's really awesome about being 35 and single?
You can wear adult diapers and nobody gives a shit.
Well,
You can
yes. Yes, and yes. Depends on how much alcohol I consume. But no,
He's
dude.
there tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He's there tonight.
You don't have to put your bed on a fucking bed frame. Your bed can just sit on the ground, and it's awesome. My dogs have a bad back. Coraline, the brown and white one, she has a bad back, so I stopped having a bed that was lifted up because she couldn't jump up anymore. But ultimate bachelor pad, and I'm 35 with my bed on the floor.
I'm not going to hate. Before I got married, most of my beds were on the floor too, dude.
Dude, it's just easier. You fall into bed. You don't have to kind of like hop into bed. You just fall into it. It's fucking great.
Okay. Couple others here. Kara, who I work with sometimes, she said, I was warned never to leave a closet door open during the night. I'm adamant about keeping all closets shut during the night. Possible portals, she says. Also, never leave your blinds open past midnight because lost souls and other entities roam and could be thinking you are inviting them in. I said I always felt if the door wasn't closed, it was staring at me, and I have woken up and felt like I'm being stared at before. In my adult life, if I get creeped out, I just audibly tell it to go away, and it works for me, which we kind of talked about earlier. But she says 95% of the time, in her opinion, if you have woken up out of your sleep because your intuition, or it's because your intuition is telling you you're being watched. She said never leave dark areas open. You guys have any feelings on that, Jen, Dane? You think that's just kind of superstition?
Hey, it's bad luck to be superstitious, okay?
Best dad joke of the week.
So you think it's better to react to things that are scary instead of determine things are scary before they are?
I don't know. Everybody has those little quirky things. Most of it stems from childhood pranks or fears. I don't know. I like having things in my house. So do I invite them in? No. But when I set up a piece of equipment in my living room and it randomly goes off, I kind of get a joy out of that. So
Yeah, hell yeah.
As long as they're not affecting anyone in a negative light. But I don't think leaving your blinds open is inviting anything in. I don't think like that. But I will say this. When I was a little kid, we watched the Amityville Horror, not recommended for children under 10. But when I was
He's like, fuck that. Not recommended under 35.
when I would be down in the basement by myself watching TV, my sister would start humming that music through the air vents and just terrified the crap out of me. I mean, I did like the Scooby-Doo running up the stairs. Like, I literally don't even think I touched a stair. Like, I would hear that and I would just freaking run.
That was me.
So,
okay, stop.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, I have a morbid fear of heights, and it's not being up high, it's being up high when I don't feel secure.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree. Me too.
I could not sit in the front row in the upper deck at a hockey game or at a baseball game, or when I stand, I'm like one time at Busch Stadium, we were in the front row of the upper deck, and I literally held my piss the whole game because I was terrified that if I walked in front of somebody that they were gonna hit me and I was gonna fall off the rim.
Was that Old Bush?
Yes.
I felt the fucking same way.
And I was like, I literally would have sat there and pissed my pants before I would have gotten up and walked in front of somebody. Or like when someone hit a home run and everyone's standing up and cheering, I'm like, I got like a death grip on the thing. I'm like, yeah, like I'm gonna fall off of here.
I was at Old Bush for like one of the 50s with McGuire, and I was like way up, almost third base side, way up, and everybody freaked out. There was two or three rows between me and the edge, but even though that happened, I had a complete and total meltdown as a kid.
Yeah.
That stadium also induced a lot of those fears. It's just what's over there, Gabe? What's over there, Gabe? What's over there?
Nothing. I'm looking at the screen. Daryl Blankenship says ever since he saw Jaws, to sum it up, he has a fear of dark water. So if he can't see, like he said, if he's even in a pool that's clear and the water the sun reflects off to where he can't see under the water, he gets freaked out and he has to get out.
I relate with that.
I just don't like swimming with stuff that's bigger than me. I can swim in a pool all day, but if I'm in what?
I don't go in the ocean. I don't go into lakes that I can't see through. I'll go into Lake Tahoe because I can see to the bottom. I don't. Here's the thing. If you are out on land, guess what we are as a human race? We're the top of the food chain. We put our foot in the goddamn water, bottom of the food chain.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Immediately.
Yeah, you're done.
And so I'm just like, nah, I'm good. So I get that fear for other reasons, but I understand that fear.
Remember when we were smoking and there was a shark?
Oh, fuck that.
There was
What was that?
The last time we went smoking, it was
what?
There was.
There was a shark?
There was a shark. It was one of the, like... Never mind.
Yeah, fuck all that. If you're a shark and you're coming at me, you better be ready for a fight. Listen, don't be fucking coming at me planning on just taking a nibble, okay? If you're coming at me, I'm freaking out. I'm going to stab your fucking eyeball, okay? If you're a shark
Somebody got killed
and you're friendly, do not come my way. I don't want to be friends. Go fuck yourself. Because every other one of your kind is coming to take a bite out of me. So if you're not ready for a fight, you better be ready. You better be ready. 2 thumbs to both your eyes. Look at this. Boom. In your eye sockets. You're done. Fuck you,
as
shark.
he bites you in half.
Should have fucking tried harder, shark. Next time, come at me hard. I don't play that pussy shit when I'm in the fucking ocean.
Santa Cruz, a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks now, they had somebody killed on the beach in Santa Cruz, like the one where you guys you guys watched Lost Boys, right? One of the best the best vampire movie of all time.
Like 30 years ago.
Yeah, well,
I don't
it's
fuck
still
around
the
with
best
sharks.
vampire movie ever. Anyway, that beach that they're right in front of, like when
Fuck
they're on
around,
that
Shane.
boardwalk, that beach, a shark just ate a guy like a week and a half ago.
Right? So Shane, let's say like, hey, Clarence, the friendly shark, sees you in the water. He's like, hey, there's Shane with Rock Paper Podcast. I want to meet Shane. And he's like, I want to swim
Rock
up to Shane.
paper.
Like, are you gonna wait to see what he has to say, or are you just going right for the fucking eyeball? Because you figure that's the only. Listen, you punch him in the snout, pow. You get him in the eyeball. Two
Yep.
things. That's only two things, right?
That's fact.
Dane, am I
Until they
missing
bite
something?
you in half.
Am I missing a method? If a shark comes at you, Dane, and he ain't serious,
Possibly a roundhouse kick.
I mean, if you're
what you guys need to
What's that?
realize is in the ocean is that a jellyfish stings you, paralyzes you, and then the shark eats you.
that's
Idiots.
not true.
Been stung by a
No,
jelly-
it is.
Dane, what were you gonna say?
I don't even know. I got nothing.
Wiley derailed you. I'm sorry. Anyway,
I don't even know.
my cousin's husband, John Johnson, he's a good dude. He says he was specifically afraid of Satan growing up. He said the fear resonated rather than the salvation in his upbringing, which makes a lot of sense. Like I said, a lot of people, like a lot of kids, when you're raised in the church and stuff like that, like, dude, I thought the rapture was going to happen before I ever turned 18. I didn't think there was a reason for me to care about anything. I thought Jesus was coming back tomorrow, bro. It's going to happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just weird. Emily Smith, this is something you guys will relate to. She says she's pretty positive she's brought a ghost home after ghost hunting. She said, I never used to get scared about that kind of stuff because I grew up with it. She said her childhood home was haunted by her great-grandfather. But she said having that feeling is something you really can't come back from. It's kind of a haunting statement, right?
I mean, it depends what happened to her after she brought it home. Like, you know, I'm not.
He wasn't phased by the good doctor. He wasn't
wasn't-
standing in your room looking at you.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he wasn't messing with me. He was messing with them. And I was like, well, why didn't you just doctor and not my friends?
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold
No,
on.
I see your point though, Dane. Like if it's just something asking for help, you know.
Or if it's just something playing, you know. But yeah, I mean, depending on what happened, like if she was terrorized or attacked or, you know, I don't know.
My wife was afraid of porcelain dolls when she was growing up, which my brother also chimed in. There was this, my mom had this ceramic rabbit that my brother swears to God he was at down the hallway and this rabbit turned its head and looked at him. He still swears to this day this happened.
That's all.
My cousin says that she had a dream about a witch that was trying to take her mom when she was in her 20s. She said she kept having this dream that, like I said, a witch kept coming to try and take her mom, and her dad's a pastor and prayed for her, and she said it eventually felt better. Let's see here. Somebody just commented, said, my boy tells his kids that if they don't wear their seatbelts, their heads will pop off. Not only do his kids believe it, every kid in the neighborhood is ate up to buckle up. That's awesome.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? My grandmother, she took me fishing all the time when I was a kid, and she told me that like we'd see dragonflies everywhere, and she told me that if I talk too much, here's a thing for you. If I talk too much, the dragonflies would sew my mouth shut.
It's actually funny because Matt Klipfel is afraid of hummingbirds. I thought it was and dragonflies too, I'm sure. Pat Murphy.
That one's my favorite.
Pat Murphy says, after I watched Jurassic Park, I was afraid a T-Rex would eat me while I was taking a poop. I think about it every time I poop, he says.
That was my favorite.
Travis Chase. He said, when I put the kids to bed and turn off all the lights and proceed down the hallway to her bedroom, I get freaked out about two things. Any open dark doorways I can see in as I walk past them, I get chills. up until I'm out of reach, as if someone's in there standing in the room and was going to put a hand on him. Said the other is the side hallway to the backyard. Half the door is a window, and you can pretty much see everything when the moon is bright, and when it's not, you can see far enough. I always walk by and look down at the door and think I'm going to see a dark silhouette standing on the other side of the door. So pretty much, I mean, that kind of stuff, you're just freaking yourself out, Travis. Come on. You know?
Have you heard about the...
I'm not discounting your fear, but, like, tell me when you see something, bro.
Have you heard about the psychological breakdowns on that, though? About how if you see things in those situations, how it means a certain thing about your psychological breakdown analysis? Like,
No,
that's funny.
I mean, you're a psycho?
No, I don't know what that... I don't
Is
know
Travis
what
a
that one
psycho?
means.
Is Travis Chase a psycho?
No, they're saying that, like, different things that you see in, like, weird situations, like pressure-filled situations like that, or, like, where it really sets off your senses, that it can be a determination of, like, how you're raised. Like, if your parents were really mean or weren't there, or if there was, you know, God forbid, molestations, things like that. Like, different things set off different reactions when you're in those situations of uncertainty. And I always thought that was a cool psychological thing.
Yeah.
Here's one that I had when I was a kid. I was always worried that when I was taking a shit, that a snake was going to come up out of the toilet.
Where were you born and raised in Missouri area?
Nope.
Where are you from?
I was born in Indiana. I lived in Florida and Alabama when I moved here when I was 8.
The Florida and Alabama are why that fear is there.
Let me tell you something. I grew up in Jefferson County, okay? So
don't hold that against her.
Yeah, don't. I lived in listen, I lived in an earth home, okay? So my house was like built into a hill.
That's awesome.
I got up in the middle of the night one night to go to the bathroom, and there was a fucking snake in the toilet bowl.
Ah!
Not lying.
Wiley, that's what's going to be waiting for you in the morning, bud.
California? Nah, dude. It's going to be a really big spider. I fucking hate spiders. I fucking hate spiders.
Shauna Spina says she's shaking the blankets out her entire adult life because she fears a snake is in her bed.
Mm-hmm.
One thing she said. Andrew Van Dyke says he fears glowing eyes peeking in his window at night. He doesn't know why. He just always is scared of that. Hannah Delcourt.
Hang on, time out. Did you say as scared?
Yeah, he's always a scared. he is a scared.
Now, let me ask you this.
Continue.
If you did actually wake up and there were glowing eyes looking at you through your window, wouldn't that scare the shit out of anybody?
I'd be as scared.
Oh yeah, I mean it's on for sure. Like shit's going down.
I'd be scared.
That's what I'm saying, man. If you're gonna come at me hard. Because if you're not,
I just came in your face, bro. I'm scared. Oh my god. Okay.
Shane, if you see some glowing eyes outside your window and you feel like they're about to come at you, are you just like, are you trying to dodge it, or are you just letting it happen?
Oh yeah. Not coming at me.
Troy, if you see some glowing eyes trying to come at you, what you doing?
Fucking roll.
Come on.
Dane? I mean, are you letting the glowing eyes just come right at you? Are you going to try to matrix it?
No. Hold on, though. I will tell you this. This is the honest to God truth, and I know it happened.
Oh God.
The other night, 'cause we sleep in separate.
Oh God. Oh God.
Come on. We sleep in separate rooms.
Because he's snoring.
Something should be private, Dane.
Oh.
Got it.
I always lay on my left side, which would be facing the wall. It wouldn't matter which way the bed is. I just prefer to lay on my left side. But I woke up and I roll over, and in the window, but it was inside, it was probably not quite as big as a baseball. It was an orange light with a white ring around it, and it appeared and then it disappeared. And I was like, what the fuck, you know, like, what was that? And so I was like, well, maybe somebody's outside with a flashlight. But there's nobody outside, and I have the blinds closed so I can keep the entities outside at night. So I was like, if somebody were to shine a flashlight in there, they would have had to put it right on the window. But it's still, the light would have scattered through the blinds. I'm like, so I know what I saw, and then I got up and looked at the time. It happened exactly at 4 a.m. I have no idea if that's significant or not. I have no idea what it was, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going back to bed. So I went back to sleep.
Dude, so I don't want to take over that thought or anything, but just the idea of the times, I will say, like, you know, like my band 333. Like 333 is a number that I've seen all the time. And every time that I feel like I see it, it's usually like when I'm thinking about something having to do with like a decision or something. Like there's countless times where it's just like I'm thinking about my life or something's going on, I'll see 333. And like if you look up what that number means, the overwhelming definition, no matter what definition you go with, is it's like some type of like angelic number, like this is what you're supposed to be doing kind of a thing. There's times where it'll be like the most minuscule thing, like for instance, like music, right? I'm thinking about what to call, like even my band. I text my friend. I said, hey, should I call my band 333? In the background, which I didn't notice, the clock said 333. The other thing that's weird about that clock was like, it was not like, it was 17 minutes fast. So I didn't, like, you know what I mean? It could have been something I subconsciously thought about. I'm not saying that means anything. It's just another example. I send a picture. The clock in the background says 333, but it wasn't even fucking 333. Like, it's just another. And he's like, I think you just answered your own question. Right?
Right.
So I don't even remember what my original point of what was with all of that. Wiley, what
Happens
were
to
you
me
saying?
constantly.
Yeah, just like that kind of thing I definitely believe in and I think can happen. Shane?
Yeah, I got dogs barking upstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Shane, how's this all rubbing you so far? You good?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I was thinking even that we pointed out even that Brown and Brown commercial I sent you had 333 in it.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's constantly like it's like, I don't really know where my life's headed at this point, like I said, but almost every time there's something that has to do with some decision and I see that number, like especially recently when I see it, I just kind of been going with it. I'm like, okay, all right, cool. You know? So we've been, actually, let me wrap this up because there's only a few things here. I just wanted, a lot of people commented, so I want to get your 2 cents, right? Janine says, as a child, she had the fear of demons as well, and she didn't like clowns, which I think is kind of common. Leanne McGlenn says, when she was little, she couldn't sleep without her feet covered. And like I said, I'm the same way now.
Yeah, me too.
She says she imagined a vicious German shepherd biting her feet off. It's kind of graphic.
I just feel like that's a psychological thing, that something happened in your life that triggers those kind of, like, I don't know.
Or in a past life. That's kind of how I feel. Like, I have an irrational fear of being in water with things that are bigger than me, and I don't like spiders. Like, I just don't like them. And I feel like
I fucking hate spiders.
I feel like maybe it's because someone in my family line has had some traumatic experience. Like, I believe some things can be passed down like that. Let's see here. Kimmy Chapman, alien abduction. And we're not going to get in this tonight, but Jen, Dane, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I've seen a UFO. So.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'd like to have you guys back sometime. We'll talk about that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So yes, Kimmy, we agree, and I definitely agree. We've touched on it on the show. I don't want to keep these guys here all night, but yes, we will touch on that in a future episode.
That, but you've kept us here all night.
I'm sorry, Dane. I'm trying to go.
Morning. It is morning.
Talia Lilith. As long as I can remember, my only bedtime fear was Freddy Krueger. Sharks, Elizabeth Felton, Mama, Michelle, Daikusen, Ouija boards. Yep. Cassandra Curtis, Dark Monsters. She said, never really found a name to describe it. They had eyes, usually red, but never really form or could take any form, but was always black like the room. I just called them monsters, but I was terrified in the dark they would get me. So apparently I haven't had a chance to answer this. This happened while we've been talking, but apparently Cassandra's seen some things in the dark that are pretty fucking creepy.
Right now?
Yeah, since we've been talking.
Nice.
So, like I said, we talked about a lot of stuff tonight.
Now,
I don't
hold
mean
on.
to- Go ahead.
You just touched on something. Somebody was freaking out about Freddy Krueger. So, back when those movies were popular, I went to Oregon to visit my aunt and uncle, my cousins, for spring break one time. And I was a pretty heavy smoker then, but I was a teenager. But we had like a smoking lounge at school, so I could smoke. And I don't know, I smoked a lot of cigarettes. But anyway, I thought I'm gonna try and quit while I'm there, so I'm not gonna smoke while I'm there. So I remember like Freddy would come at people in their dreams, and then he would wake them up and kill them, right? So I had a dream that I was standing in 7-Eleven, and I thought that if I grabbed 2 cartons of Marlboros and woke myself up, that I would pull them out of my sleep. And I literally remember waking up, crawling around, looking under the bed, thinking that I had pulled 2 cartons of Marlboros out of my sleep.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah. There's a lot of truth to that.
Well, I have a couple things I want to ask you, Jen. Okay. Talked about a lot of stuff earlier, and I realize it's not like a tag in, tag out. Oh, I can just put myself in this mood. It's nothing like that. But when we were talking earlier, you know, you've taken notes and certain things. Did you get anything from what we were talking about at all?
Which conversation?
Just when we were kind of going through, even just like talking about different, just things we've all experienced and like the people we know, family stuff like that. Like because there's another, basically at the end of this, I do want to figure out like how someone could actually get a reading from you if they wanted to do that, right? I know we don't have time for that tonight. Completely understandable. But just wondering if, from anything we talked about, if there's anything that you did pick up or anything like that.
Well, I mean, I've got the different things that I've written down, but I don't have them pegged to like any particular person necessarily, because there's just so many different things. So, you know, I think Troy kind of like claimed the windows. I had like a pool hall type scene with like 3 bar stools and like the lighting over the table is like most of the times, like in St. Louis, it's bush in the overhead lighting, but this time it was like Coors. I distinctly remember seeing the letters. And then the basketball scene, and then the last thing that I wrote down was Jamaica, ocean, and sunsets. And I'm not sure where that comes in, but that was just like I saw the Jamaican flag and then the sunset over the ocean.
You got Bob Marley right here.
Well, I mean, I just got invited yesterday to go to a big record producer, his
oh God, here we go.
Wedding in Jamaica. So that's kind of weird. Anyway, carry on. I've never been to Jamaica. I don't even know where it's at. If you wanted me to point it out. But I'm going there, and I found that out not yesterday, but like a couple days ago.
Are you taking White Claw with you?
Yeah, man.
This +1.
I'm also gonna fucking join the bobsled team.
What's that, Dane?
does any of your wedding plans involve a glory hole?
God, I hope so.
That's where he's going, bro.
But which side are you gonna be on?
It's yet to be
Hey-o.
decided.
The winning side.
Well, Dane, are you going to be there?
So, all right.
Well, along with Gabe was saying, I've been curious the whole time, but like, you started getting very emotional when I was talking my story, and we kind of rerouted afterwards. I don't know if.
So yeah, when I was trying to describe, I just had like this overwhelming feeling of kind of like that embrace that you get from your mom, and it was just a real big hug and just kind of like reassurance that that she's still like she's still coming around, and she's like her energy and her love is still there. Like, even though she's gone, like, I think you're still like picking up on the fact that that you guys had like a really close relationship is kind of what I'm sensing. But it's almost like she's almost always like hovering around you, just kind of like holding on to you just for like reassurance, because she wants to know that you're okay with her being gone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like I can see her hugging you, but then you've got somebody else that is on your right side, my left. That's just kind of standing there. It's like they have their hand just kind of like rested on your shoulder. It's male. Just kind of like very reassuring. Trying to like almost like somebody would come up and put their hand on your shoulder and like give you strength and like words of encouragement, or like saying good job, you've done well, kind of like that pat on the back reassurance. It's an older gentleman. He kind of has like a bolo type tie. Almost has so it's like it's a black leather bolo, and it looks like it's like mother of pearl, or it's a white stone that's set in the setting of it, and then there's like silver accents on the bottom for the tips of it. But it's like I get the feeling from him that he's been watching you for a significant period of time from the other side. So if you know him, it would have been from when you were much younger. So I'm getting the feeling that he crossed when you were a child. So like a great grandfather or a great uncle or something like that.
Does that mean anything to you, Shane?
I don't not really the bolo tie thing. I don't really. I mean, I'm not sure where
It's gonna
that.
freak you out if you find some picture of your grandpa with like a bolo tie.
Yeah, right. I know. That's what I'm like. The only thing. I mean, not reaching for. I don't know what it might be, but I didn't know him at all. Like it was before I was born, but I had an uncle pass. My dad's brother, in a motorcycle accident, very young, and I don't know. Like I've always wondered what it would have been like to have him around. You know,
What was his name?
Donald.
That's a good name.
Yeah.
That's
And,
my actual name. If you guys didn't know that. So.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, I've often heard that we are a lot alike. You know, a lot of similar personality traits and stuff. So I don't know, but that's the only thing that kind of came to mind. But
That's awesome.
Yes, I mean, he's just kind of like, he's just standing there. He's not like trying to talk to me or anything. He's just standing there with his hand on your shoulder and just, you know, kind of like reassuring, but at the same time, like trying to give you like encouragement as well as like accolades kind of thing. So.
Which makes sense to me because you don't. I mean, Shane, I don't want to speak for you, but like you don't really have a male figure in your life, that's like really, and like we've talked, and like you, part of what you want out of life is to feel like like you've done something you can be proud of, and I would even stretch to say that like your family would be proud of. So that kind of means something to me that like, to what she said, like somebody should be proud of you, and it would make sense that somebody would be, and trying to convey that to you,
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, like if there's ever a time where you feel like something's on you and you're like brushing it off, like that's him like reaching out.
Okay.
So maybe instead of trying to brush it away, just put your hand up and just acknowledge, hey, thanks. I feel you. I know you're here. And like, once you start to accept and acknowledge, the signs might change, and you might become more aware and pick up more things. What is that? No, there's like a really, like, I don't know, like, as once I said that, like, I don't know who it goes to, but there's like just like this really big like banner. Oh, it's all right, you're used to that. But there's like I'm seeing like a really big banner. It's I don't know. It's hard right now because I'm not really focused and I'm tired. There's like there's imagery on it, and there's text, but the text is really blurry right now, so I can't really make out what it says. It's like blue and gray.
Sounds like Bush Beard.
I think she's reading me.
There's
Are
like,
you accidentally reading me?
there's like a round or an oval in the center of it. But I can't see what the text is. It's too blurry. So yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to do readings for any of you guys if that's something that you're interested in. Obviously, when we've had some sleep and we're not tired, would make it a lot easier to connect.
Yeah. It's definitely something that I mean, I was going to ask if, because I've never wanted to before, but I feel like I'm comfortable enough with you that I'd be open to something like that. I don't know, maybe like, I don't know if it's something we could do over Zoom. I think Shane might be cool with it too, but so here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do, because I don't want to take up any more of anybody's time. So we're gonna kind of do a whole wrap up here, right? I want to figure out where people can find you guys if they want to find you and talk to you.
So for D&M, you can go to our Facebook page, which is D&M Paranormal, or you can go to the website, which is D and then the word and spelled out, mparanormal.com. As far as me for the mediumship, it's wingsofdragonflies.com or Wings of Dragonflies on Facebook.
Okay, cool. So if you guys want more info, like I said, we've kept them way too long at this point, but if you want to talk to them more, they're there. I would love to have them back sometime if they would. Troy, where can people find you if they want to find you, Troy?
They can find me at the Enchanted Attic. You can get some sage, some rocks, make them feel good. You can find that.
Open right now?
Yeah, we've been open since May. So we're in St. Charles. So,
yes, I know.
Yeah, we opened right away. We also sell online now too. So you can find a lot of our stuff at theenchantedattic.com.
Cool. Awesome. Shane, Rock Paper Podcast, bro. That's where people can find you, right?
Oh yeah. rockpaperpodcast.com, all the apps, wherever you're listening to the Stone Dog Show, you can find the show.
Right on. And then Wiley, where can people find Die Criminal, buddy?
At Die. That stayed. That's awesome. Anyway, at Die Criminal Band, whether you're doing the Facebooks, the Instagrams, also Wiley McFly, because I love the 80s and Back to the Future. I also love you guys, Jenna and Dane. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Add me. Let's be friends.
Thank you so much for being on the show, guys. We seriously cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate it. It's like fucking like 2 a.m. or something, right? Good Lord. Okay. Sorry.
It is 12:24. It's 12:24 in Cali.
All right. If you want to find my music, fucking look it up. 333, 3.3.3. My name's Gabe Stroop. I'm the fucking Stone Dog. This is the Stone Dog Show, Paranormal Edition. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next fucking week. Bye-bye.
Never thought I would be willing to spill my heart to the masses. Really wanted to go to college, but never thought it could happen. My parents probably could have helped. I never bothered to ask him. My mother was working double time. My father was trapping. Coined myself Antonio the Great in class, and they started laughing. That's why I'm smiling, looking at all these things I'm autographing. I call it therapy, you call it rapping, but it was never much like a call and shit. It was much more like a call to action. Take the drive, mix it a little bit of confidence and common sense. Maybe a peace of mind from an optimist. Top it all off with competence. Garnish it with some help. Don't forget to acknowledge it. Compliments of the chef. You should spread love and mix it all with the rest, and just let the haters simmer. Yeah, that part is the best. Recipe for success. Always stay true to yourself. That's the last step. Now dish it out until your last breath. On my east side, people throw it up, and on my west side, people show me love. If you're tired of all the struggle, you're tired of all the pain, you're trying to make a difference, trying to make a change. On my south side, people throw it up, and on my Midwest, people show me love. If you're tired of all the struggle, tired of all the pain, you're trying to make a difference, trying to make a change. Tired of all the stressing, and believe me, I respect your suggestions, but it seems like all I ever do is try to suppress the depression. Time for progression. No matter your preference, you can expect some aggression. And I don't mean Smith & Wesson when I say I'm prepping my weapon, flexing my mind, injecting these rhymes carefully. Your entertainment doubles as my therapy. No opinions, all facts. Can't spell therapy without the rap. And you keep rapping about the trap, that's why you fucking trapped. And now you're mad. That's what I call finicky transformation of matter. Trust me, it's all chemistry. Stumbled upon this ether. That's what I call victory. Mixed it with raw energy, spitting at all enemies. Even if it's practice, gotta stay sharp, cause it ain't no time to stall. These clowns wanna see me fall. Like it or not, that's not your call. 90 on the highway in an 18-wheeler on ice, and the tires are bald. Bitch, I ain't stopping at all. On my east side, people throw it up, and on my west side, people show me love. If you're tired of all the struggle, tired of all the pain, you're trying to make a difference, trying to make a change. On my side, poetry, leaving MCs froze. There ain't no one as cold as me, probably think not, but unknowingly you've been scoping the potency to be your toes in this ocean of mixed emotion and dopamine, notably overdosing. Let's take a trip to my heart. This road is twisted, so maybe you can envision my scars. My only wish is get my dick to quickly fit in this bar. Just a gift for these critics picking my lyrics apart. Now take a trip to my mind and try to rock with my consciousness. Go ahead, make yourself at home, cause I'm probably out of it. I'm probably online taking shots at my confidence. One negative response will wash away all the compliments. Y'all trying to be the villain, dying to make a killing. I'm trying to make a living, rhyming to make a difference. Don't you get it? Music saves lives. I should know because it saved mine. Keep your head up, it takes time. On my east side, people throw it up, and on my west side, people show me love. If you're tired of all the struggle, tired of all the pain, you trying to make a difference, trying to make a change. On my south side, people